secrets to you I'll tell, how the good old Union has come in here to dwell.
A battle in the heart of Alabama caught our attention. Coal miners in one community, they've been on strike now for months.
Working as long as 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, in some of the most dangerous conditions.
I really think that the labor movement is the single greatest force for democracy in the history of the United States.
The story of Alabama is a story of not just resilience, but of militancy.
I say no contract, you say no coal. No contract, no contract.
If we ain't all free, ain't none of us free.
You're listening to Alabama's only union talk radio show, The Valley Labor Report, with Adam Keller and Jacob Morrison.
Hello, Tennessee Valley. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison, here with my co-host and fellow agitator Adam Keller, and we are broadcasting live online and on the radio from the heart of the Tennessee Valley, the Spice Radio studio in Huntsville, Alabama. Today on the program, we're talking about last week in Southern labor. We have Professor Cowen, an expert on school choice, to debunk some of the right-wing talking points around the subject. We are responding to the Council of Bosses' response to the auto workers in Alabama organizing their unions. And we play a clip where Sean Fain explains why Charlie Kirk shouldn't be afraid of black pilots. All that and more on today's program. If you want to be part of the program, we've got a phone number, and we're going to go ahead and open those phone lines, 844-899-TVLR. That is 844-899-8857. You can also leave a voicemail if you'd like to leave us a message throughout the week, and we might play it on the next show. Just a reminder before we get started, if you haven't gotten enough of us by the time that we wrap up here on the radio, or if you just want to see what we're up to throughout the week, then you can find us anywhere you find anything online. We are on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, all at The Valley Labor Report. We also have a website, TVLR.fm, where you can subscribe to our newsletters, Last Week in Southern Labor and Boss Watch. Get those in your inbox every single week. Just a reminder, your support helps us stay on the air. Our largest single source of funding comes directly from our listeners, so make a one-time or recurring monthly donation at tvlr.fm/donate. Also, if you can buy our hat at TVLR. You can buy our new merch. We don't have a hat, but we will be putting our hat up for pre-order here soon. We're going to be doing another round of that real soon. TVLR.fm/store to buy our merch. Patreon.com/The Valley Labor Report to become a patron. And if you're a member of a union, then please do think about getting your local to sponsor the show. We could not do it without the support of organized labor.
Let me add a disclaimer that any viewpoints or opinions expressed in this program belong solely to their author and do not necessarily represent any organization or sponsor. We welcome all of our listeners, whether you are on YouTube, Facebook, Unclaimed Mysteries Internet Radio, WVNN, WZZA, WHIV, or through your favorite podcast app. We are proud to be part of the Labor Radio Podcast Network and encourage our listeners to check that out. And as most of you know, we are not media professionals, just some diehard union brothers who believe that Alabama and the South's labor movement and working class deserve a bigger platform. We are hoping this project can make a difference on that front, and we could not do it without you. So we want to thank everyone for tuning in. Whether you're a loyal fan or a first-time listener, we appreciate you spending some time with us this morning.
Absolutely. We do have an interview that we're going to be playing with Dr. Cornel West, an independent candidate for president in the United States and a longtime activist and champion for workers' rights, civil and economic rights. For decades now. Adam was able to do that interview in person down in Birmingham. We're going to be playing that interview in overtime. That's the second half of the program where we are online only. So if you're listening to us on the radio and you want to make sure that you hear that interview, find us on Facebook and YouTube at The Valley Labor Report and continue listening to the show after we go off of the air at 11 a.m. Appreciate everybody tuning in. this morning in YouTube. We got a bunch of folks already. Infinite Content says, y'all got Dr. West. I'm so here for this. Yes, I actually haven't listened to you. I don't know, Adam. I don't think that I told you. I meant to listen to the interview, but I haven't yet. So you're going to be getting my live reaction as well. Dylan says, hello from York, Pennsylvania. Enjoy the show. Just started listening this week. Great job. Thank you for listening. Appreciate you tuning in. Strom says, yeah, Leanne, good morning. Love you guys. Thank you. Ronan, hey y'all, solidarity forever. Ronnie, good morning. Ready for this show. Tempest Lord Rayhan, hey, howdy, hey. Solidarity from Houston, IWW. Tobias Grove, justice for all. Juliet, good morning. Adam, you may know her. So there you go. Appreciate everybody going ahead and tuning in. Brandon, good morning, fellow workers. We're going to go ahead and get right to last week in Southern labor. Lots of updates. So here is what workers in the U.S. South and the American colonies were up to from January 28th to February the 2nd. In new campaigns, 2 workers at Jupiter Aluminum in Wellsburg, West Virginia, filed a petition to hold a union election with the United Steelworkers, USW. 1 worker at Transdev Services in Mobile, Alabama, filed a petition to hold a union election with the Amalgamated Transit Union, ATU Local 770. 18 workers at Starbucks in Miami, Florida, filed a petition to hold a union election with Starbucks Workers United. The employer filed a petition to hold a union election after a majority of the 2 workers at Vestas Services in Stafford, Texas, demonstrated support for unionization with Teamsters Local 988. The drivers are seeking to be added to a unit of sales representatives already represented by the Teamsters. The employer filed a petition to hold a union election after a majority of the 10 workers at Heinz GS Properties in Washington, D.C. demonstrated support for unionization with the International Union of Operating Engineers, IUOE Local 99. Workers likely pushed by their employer filed a petition to decertify the Bakery, Confectionery, Tobacco Workers, and Grain Millers International Union, BCTGM Local 218, as the union representing 16 workers at ADM Milling in Carthage, Missouri. 22 workers at Vision Works in Lexington, Kentucky, filed a petition to hold a union election with the Teamsters Local 651. 50 guards at Allied Universal in Tampa, Florida, filed a petition to hold a union election with the Security, Police, and Fire Professionals of America, SPFPA. Workers likely pushed by their employer filed a petition to decertify the International Association of Aerospace Workers, IAMAW Local Lodge 1745, as the union representing the 18 workers at Rail Crew Express in Thayer, Missouri. 600 workers at Westinghouse Electric Company in Hopkins, South Carolina, filed a petition to hold a union election with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW. In campaign updates, after holding their first public forum a week or so ago, Hyundai workers in Montgomery, Alabama, announced that they had hit 30% cards signed with the United Auto Workers, UAW, with an amazing video that we're going to be playing later in the program. Nationwide, the UAW announced that over 10,000 auto workers have signed cards. That is significant progress towards their goal of organizing 150,000 non-union auto workers. At an NLRB hearing last week, the board set an April 22nd date for a hearing before an administrative law judge to determine whether objections by Amazon or RWDSU in the 2022 Bessemer Amazon union election constitute an unfair labor practice, nullifying the results. If the results are notified, that could potentially result in a third election at the Bessemer Amazon facility. In election results, 14 workers at Alabama Arise received voluntary recognition with the Communication Workers of America, CWA, Local 3908. Congratulations, Adam. The petition to hold a union election with the News Guild CWA's Media Guild of the West for 15 workers at San Antonio Report has been withdrawn, as has the petition to hold a union election with the Teamsters Local 886 for 14 workers at Graves Minamaker Foods Transportation in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. The petition to hold a union election with the Teamsters Local 728 for 46 workers at OAP Transportation in Forest Park, Georgia, has been withdrawn, withdrawn, as has the petition to hold a unit clarification election with the IBEW Local 222 for 950 workers at Luma Energy Serve Company in San Juan, Puerto Rico. 62 workers at Nestle USA in McDonough, Georgia, voted 31-27 against decertification of the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union, RWDSU Mid-South Council, meaning that the union will remain. This decertification petition was filed with help from the National Right to Work Foundation. 25 workers at Duke Riley Hospital in Raleigh, North Carolina, voted 14-11 in favor of unionization with the IUOE Local 465. 25 workers at Platinum Waste Disposal in Ganaibo, Puerto Rico, voted 19-6 in favor of unionization with the Central General de Trabajadores, the General Workers Center. 24 workers at Ballet Austin voted unanimously with 100% turnout in favor of unionization with the American Guild of Musical Artists. 1,781 workers at Experts, a cleaning service in San Juan, Puerto Rico, voted 622-272 in favor of unionization with the Service Employees International Union, SEIU Local 1996. That's a huge win. In settlements, grievances, and unfair labor practices, AFGE won 2 years of back pay for 80 firefighters in Florida who were not being compensated for all hours worked. In strikes and bargaining updates, the Teamsters is calling for a strike of their 5,000 workers at Anheuser-Busch breweries across the country, imminent and unavoidable, and demanded their last, best, and final offer. UE Local 150, which represents state and municipal workers in North Carolina, is threatening a sanitation strike in Durham if they don't get $25 an hour. Staying in Durham, the Durham Association of Educators staged a sick-out and shut down 11 schools and 6 more cafeterias to protest the clawbacks of proposed raises. And additionally, in minor league football, there were some updates last week. Y'all will remember that with the merger of the USFL and the XFL into the UFL, the United Football League, the USFL Players Union, affiliated with the Steelworkers, now represents players that were formerly in the XFL as well. That's led to some controversy, including famous Alabama alum A.J. McCarron publicly blasting the union, saying that since XFL players voted down the union in their election, they shouldn't have to be a part of it now. So a lot more that situation continues to be controversial. In politics and legislation, United Campus Workers, CWA, rallied and lobbied in the Virginia state capitol to secure collective bargaining for university workers. Last week marked a year since the East Palestine train derailment. Train accidents went up, not down, following the accident. Check out the Working People podcast for great coverage of this disaster, as well as the Real News Network. The Georgia Senate voted to expand cash bail and criminalize charitable bail funds. It's free speech to donate to political campaigns, but it's not free speech to donate to people's bail. Insane. The American Federation of Government Employees, AFGE, is pushing a bill that would give federal employees a 7.4% raise to help close the widening federal employee pay gap that has now reached 27%. The American Federation of Teachers, AFT, becomes the latest union to endorse a ceasefire in Gaza, meaning that unions representing about half of the labor movement have endorsed a ceasefire. It's also worth noting that Randy Weingarten, president of the American Federation of Teachers, was reportedly the most vocally pro-Israel voice on the AFL International Executive Board call when the issue came up. So if she has moved on this issue, or at least has publicly moved on the issue, whatever she feels privately, it's clearly becoming the standard position among unions and the American public. The Council of Bosses in Alabama has announced an all-out war against the state's auto workers in their attempt to unionize, with public admissions of close coordination between their organization and the state government to try to hinder workers' rights to organize. Alabama bosses and politicians aren't the only ones declaring war on their constituents, with South Carolina Governor McMaster stating that he would fight unions, quote, to the gates of hell in his speech, in his State of the State speech last week. And we're going to be playing that in overtime, but I just want to say for the main show that he has one of those, like, evil Southern accents, right? You know, there are two different Southern accents. There's the one that's like the normal working people Southern accent, and there's the evil one of the slave owners. Yeah, that's the one that he has. Just for the record, if you wanted to get a feeling for what he sounds like. In internal union affairs, the Professional Firefighters of Greensboro announced that 21 new firefighters from the most recent recruit class joined the union, bringing their membership total to over 600. Congratulations. So if we missed anything, let us know. TVLR.fm/contact, and we'll make sure to include it on the next roundup. We're going to be right back talking to Professor Cowen about school choice. You don't want to miss it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Benefit Architects has proudly supported union members and union-made products for over 35 years. If you are a federal employee and an AFGE member, you're eligible for hundreds of dollars in money-saving benefits, including group life insurance, dental insurance, and AFLAC insurance. Additionally, if you're a union member but don't work for the federal government, you can still qualify for several of these money-saving policies. So give Tate Hure a call at 256-215-6769 for details and to enroll. Again, that is Tate Hure at 256-215-6769.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and family members are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough even to keep their jobs. We can fix this. It's time for us to find a way to close the health care coverage gap so that people can remain at work. Let's make this a priority. Let's close this gap and cover Alabama. To learn more and how you can help, visit coveralabama.org.
The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have stood with the working people of Alabama for over 40 years, providing skilled legal representation for your workplace injury claims. When you are injured on the job, it can be a scary time. The attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs have the experience to guide you through the process to make sure that you and your family are properly taken care of and your rights are protected. If you need help, call the attorneys at Maples, Tucker & Jacobs at 855-617-9333 or visit online at www.mtnj.com. No representation is made that the quality of legal services provided is greater than the quality of legal services provided by other law firms.
Support for the Valley Labor Report comes from the International Federation of Professional and Technical Engineers Union. Learn more by visiting www.ifpte.org.
Attention union members, membership organizations, podcasters, or anyone with a payment processing need. The future is here, and your organization needs to be prepared by working with Unionly. With Unionly, your union or organization can take payments on a mobile device, eliminating processing fees, giving you a better price than other payment processing methods, while at the same time supporting a union-friendly business with a specialized skill set to meet your needs. Your members will thank you when they pay their dues at their convenience without waiting in line to deposit cash or check. Start preparing for the future today by calling 206-595-8631 or visiting unionly.io.
Are you looking for a better future, a career that can have you set for life, and to be a part of something that's bigger than yourself? If you are, then consider a skilled trades apprenticeship with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. The work of IUPAT is all around us, from the industrial painters who work on the bridges to drywall finishers, floor coverers, the glazers who install the glass in our skylines, and so much more. With an IUPAT apprenticeship, you earn while you learn and receive benefits while learning the trade, including a pension. We provide world-class education free of charge. That's right, no student debt. Our starting salaries for apprentices that graduate is above the national median salary with benefits for entire families. And you have the flexibility to take your trade wherever you'd like in the country to work. IUPAT District Council 77 covers our entire region, so give Adam Booth a call at 205-603-3142 for more information. Again, that phone number is 205-603-3142. Come build a better future with us today and join IUPAT.
I'm attorney Tommy Sinyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Sinyard Law. You need attorneys always available to take care of you. Sinyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Sinyard Law. And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case. Sinyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Sinyard Law. The name with proven results.
Support for this program is provided by the International Association for Machinists and Aerospace Workers, Local Lodge 44 in Decatur, Alabama. Learn more at iamaw44.org.
Come all you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Labor creates all wealth shall go to labor. You are listening to the Valley Labor Report, and we've got some great stuff coming up today. We do have a listener from South Carolina. Strom says, I guess I sound evil. He does actually have that accent now that I think about it. Maybe it's more common in South Carolina. I don't know, but I have always associated that accent with, like, the elite, you know, the people that would be a part of the machine at the University of Alabama. People like, what was that?
Well, I for one denounce your accent bashing.
You're right.
I do not condone it. I am not a part of it.
What was his name? The guy that we interviewed running for governor, James something. He has that accent too. I don't know. Maybe it's more common in South Carolina, but there's a clear divide here on the Valley Labor Report. I have been denounced, so I'll take that into consideration.
I think you can do some continuing education.
Continuing education,
self-criticism.
That's right. Appreciate the honest feedback. I'll take it into account. So today we have we've been wanting to do this conversation for a long time, and it's long overdue. Professor Joshua Cowen is a professor of... Cowen. Gosh, Cowen.
You did it again, buddy.
Professor Cowen is a professor of education policy at Michigan State University. He was also the founding director and co-director of the Education Policy and Innovation Collaborative, EPIC, from 2016 to 2020, and he's going to be talking to us about school choice, quote unquote. School privatization is what we refer to it as, and he comes to this issue from a very interesting perspective, which is that he used to be a proponent. He used to think that this would be what is going to actually be beneficial for students, and so he studied it, right? Like, he actually looked at the results, and he said, you know what? It doesn't seem to be the case that it's beneficial. So really excited to talk to Professor Cowen. Thank you for taking the time this morning.
Yeah, happy to be here, guys.
So talk to us about your background and you know, believing for a time that school choice, you know, the reform movement was really, the school reform, education reform movement was really going to be the thing that improves education for students in this country.
Yeah, so a little bit of background. The education reform movement has always been primarily based in and driven by folks who are focusing on improving schools in large urban environments. And a lot of the sort of so-called education reform policies and plans to come out of those environments have been based on something called the market approach to education, meaning that we should treat education like like any other sort of market type set of problems, whether it's dealing with teachers and teacher improvement, whether it's dealing with supply of certain products. In this case, if you think about education in a product, then schools are the firms delivering that product. And the idea there was competition's really, really important in a capitalist driven market. And so what we need to do is create situations where schools compete with each other for scarce resources. And there, that will sort of, the phrase goes, rising tide will lift all boats, every school will improve. There's a number of problems with a lot of those different approaches, and some have been more successful, frankly, than others. But the specific problem of how to improve schools through this general bag of tools called school choice. There's a lot of different types of school choice policy, but the specific one that you raised, the one that we're talking about today, is using tax dollars to send children to, or to pay for kids in private school, will in the long run create competition between public and private schools, thus benefiting everybody. That's the idea behind these things. And about 20 years ago, 25 really, these policies started to get trotted out in environments, mostly around my neck of the woods: Milwaukee, Cleveland, Ohio, Washington, D.C. 20 years ago. And I don't know that I was ever sort of, strongly in favor of them, but early in my career, these were kind of a hot thing to try to study. And I did, and I was part of a number of teams looking at those. And as these school privatization efforts have grown from these kind of small pilot type programs in places like Milwaukee, Cleveland, even to Washington, D.C., to statewide programs like those that are being talked about all over states today, particularly in the South, where you guys are, states like Louisiana, states like Tennessee, states like Arkansas. We've seen some of the most devastating academic results for kids we've ever seen anywhere in the education research record. On top of that, these programs aren't even really offering choice. What they're really doing is about 3/4 of users for these private schools getting taxpayer dollars were already in private school to begin with. So that's kind of what we're talking about here.
Right. And so I want you to kind of lay out the results, but if you could dive in a little bit more into the case for it and some of the data that they marshal, when they marshal out data. The thing that I have found in Alabama is this has been a recurring topic. I think over the last 2 or 3 years, there's been a big push to try to do an expansive kind of universal school choice in the state legislature. And the thing that I have found most surprising is that here in Alabama, they just don't even bother with actually presenting anybody with data. I mean, there's data out there that you could kind of manipulate and say like, oh, doesn't this look good? But they just don't even bother to do that. And that's been the most surprising thing to me as we've gone through 2 or 3 cycles of this. There are places, like you said, that have done this on a pretty big scale, and so we have results that we can look at. Why aren't they telling us the results? That's because
the results are pretty terrible. And again, 20 years ago, that wasn't necessarily the case. And there was still at that time strong belief on the other side of this question among the folks pushing these type of bills that the results would make things look really good. And so what they did at the time was they wrote into legislation, they wrote into these bills very, very expansive accountability systems that were very similar to what public schools had to deal with. This was the era of No Child Left Behind, where test scores were really important to public school accountability. And following that, taxpayer-funded private schools were also required to do the same thing. None of that's true anymore. And the reason is, the public schools still have to test their kids, but what's going on here is the results have been horrific over the last decade. Again, some of the worst we've ever seen. And so rather than try to kind of mess with that and create new kind of, there is still some effort to create some type of data that backs these things. But increasingly what's going on is that they just don't even bother to, they say, as long as parents are happy with these private schools, the taxpayers don't have to know what's going on inside them. We'll just keep the accountability for the public schools where the vast majority of kids go. That's really what's going on today.
Yeah, I was going to jump in real quick to say that's what I'm seeing as well from the proponents of quote unquote school choice here in Alabama is they are relying on this market, this market ideology that you opened the segment with, that, it's not so much about the results and whether or not, academic scores are improving for, these kids or that kids. Right, right. And so that's really, an interesting shift. And I think, as you pointed to, the evidence isn't on their side, right? So if it's not on your side, you can't refer to it. And I think that market ideology is something that, both political parties have embraced to varying degrees over the past couple decades. And it's something that has been internalized by even those in education to a large degree. But yeah, I just really wanted to emphasize that. I think that is a huge piece of this, the conception of public education as anything else, as a product to be sold on the capitalist marketplace, just like, any widget or car or anything you could imagine.
And it's important to understand that even on those terms, these voucher systems fail. Like that's what they even in this space that they have not been able to perform well. And there's the main reason for that. And this is, if you take nothing else from this conversation today, the most important thing to understand is that the vast majority of beneficiaries for these school privatization plans were already in private school to begin with. It's about 3/4. Okay. They're just in October, a few weeks ago, when most recent numbers came out in Arkansas, which was the most recent state in a long line to report these numbers. 95% of children using the voucher system that just got passed in Arkansas had never been in an Arkansas public school. And those numbers are similar all over the country when this happens. It's just the tiny number of kids who are able to transfer from public to private school. Those are the kids that they're kind of staking all of this on. And the honest case, you asked me about the case for this at the beginning. The honest case for it is that there are some folks who are never going to send their children to public school, and they shouldn't have to pay private school tuition. But they're doing that right now. They can afford private school tuition, so they're sending their kids to private school, and the taxpayer should now come in and pick up the dime. Like that's, at the end of the day, that's the honest argument. We could debate that, right? I mean, we could have that debate. But that's not actually the debate these folks want to engage in. They want to make it about public school failure. They want to say it's about opportunity and freedom and choice. Listen, I don't know how many of your listeners are living in rural communities, but look around. How many private schools are there, right? So if I tell you that 3/4 or more of users of these programs have never been in a public school, were already paying tuition for private school before asking taxpayers to pick up the check, this is not going to benefit most communities, and they know that. And that's why the plan here is push these bills through, very little transparency, very little accountability. It's a playbook that's being followed in state after state after state.
Right. It's, the vast majority of this program is basically a handout to the affluent. But then, and I've heard people actually say this I actually just saw a video this morning, in fact, on Twitter. There's this conservative radio host talking to an opponent of the school privatization schemes, and they said something similar, this opponent of these programs. And so the conservative radio host said, so what you're saying is those 20% don't matter. Can you talk to us about that 20%, or in Arkansas, that 5%? What does this program do for them? Is maybe what we have to do to help this 5% is even lower than I had realized, but 5%, we have to throw millions of dollars to the wealthy to help this 5%. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, no, those are the kids who are hurt worse by these programs than anyone else. So it's what I've said in other spaces is that these voucher systems are the education equivalent of predatory lending. Okay, what happens is that they promise that this is, like, nobody is saying that public schools don't have shortcomings, and nobody is saying that there's substantial room for improvement in public school communities. That that's whole, there's a lot of folks working every day to do that. And so what these voucher proponents, what these voucher lobbyists come in is they come in with a set of nationally written talking points into each state. It's usually the same. And I've been talking to folks all over the country, and I'm just overwhelmed sometimes by how they just blast talking points into Alabama, Tennessee, to Arkansas, usually written by some DC think tanks, guys I know. And what they're trying to do is prey on people's frustration, and in some cases very understandable frustration with their experience in public school, and say, we're offering you an alternative. What they're not telling you is that overwhelmingly for the kids who manage to get in, that alternative is far worse. And they're not telling you how hard it is to get in the first place. These voucher systems allow private schools, to discriminate at will, and to, even if it's not meeting, say, a legal form of discrimination, they're allowed to just reject any applicants they want. They're allowed to ask any child they want to leave at any given period of time. And so part of this issue of, well, the overwhelmingly large number of beneficiaries that are in private schools are the beneficiaries of these voucher systems, part of the issue there is that they've already gotten in. And so what happens is you'll see Governor Ivey, you'll see Governor Lee in Tennessee, you'll see Governor Sanders in Arkansas. They'll come out there and they'll say, my plan has, X percent of kids in our state will be eligible. Well, there's a big difference between eligible and access. Okay. And what they're not telling you is that just because the state is saying we'll cut a check for your family, they're not telling you the second part, which is if you can get into private school. And even if your kid meets the academic requirements, there still may be no room at the inn. And that's why that number is so high for the current number of voucher users who are already in private school. Those are the kids who got in, managed to get through the door, managed to stay, and the state is now coming in and offering to pick up the check. And that's just really what's going on.
And so what about the academic results? What do those look like?
So let's take Louisiana nearby. I know you got some listeners in the New Orleans area. So Louisiana built its voucher system in the wake of Hurricane Katrina, and then over the last 10 years has scaled it up to a statewide program. Louisiana results for kids who transferred from public to private school in that state overwhelmingly got shuttled into, because for a period of time, the state did require, it doesn't any longer, but for a period of time, it did require private schools that were going to take these taxpayer bailouts had to submit to some oversight as well. And so they got ranked on a report card. So overwhelmingly, the kids who moved from public to private school using the Louisiana vouchers went to DNF rated private schools. And what we saw is that on average, their test scores dropped. The technical number is 0.4 of a standard deviation. 0.4 of a standard deviation is about twice what COVID-19 has done to test scores more recently, and it's nearly 3 times what Hurricane Katrina did to test scores in Louisiana in 2005 for kids who stayed there and who were affected by that storm. These are catastrophic academic results for kids who transfer, and the reason, again, gets back to this issue of those DNF schools. The schools that want these taxpayer bailouts, they're what I call subprime private schools, very similar to kind of predatory lenders in the mortgage sector. They're financially distressed. They're not very good at what they do. So remember when I said that on their own terms, the market approach has showed that these systems fail? That's why. So under normal circumstances, these schools would go under. And what they're doing is coming in and they're taking these taxpayer dollars as a lifeline. And the results for kids who transfer into them are that they show just how devastating and how bad these schools are at actually teaching children. The good schools, there are a lot of really great private schools out there. But overwhelmingly, they don't want anything to do with these things. And think about it. Like, who's going to have room if the state starts kind of coming in, picking up the tab and says, we're going to allow some kids to transfer from public to private school? It's the schools that already have room. Why do they have room? Why are they financially distressed? It's because they're not very good. The schools that have the waiting list, the schools that have the very high requirements that most kids can't get into, those schools are full. And those are the ones that do benefit down the line, by the way, when vouchers scale up, like all these plans are asking them to do. Then those users do get the tax break. But for the children that do transfer from public to private school, that's why the results are so terrible. I'm not overstating this. This is really on par with, and in some cases in Louisiana, exceeding what COVID-19 did and what Hurricane Katrina did to test scores.
Wow. I had no idea that I had not heard that information. That is wild. Because these are the people that the whole argument is staked on, right? Because obviously the affluent, middle or upper middle class people who are already paying for private school tuition, they're not a very sympathetic kind of figure. So they don't want to make the honest argument that you were talking about earlier, where, we think that, we upper class people think that the rest of you who are, statistically likely to have less money than I do, we think you should pay for my school too. In addition to the public school, you should pay for private school. That's not an argument that's going to be easy to win. So they try to stake this virtuous position of, I want to help, poor and black students get out of failing public schools. But you're saying that the data actually shows that people who take advantage of the voucher program, who have not been in private schools,
right,
their academic results actually decrease by more than the decrease from COVID.
Right. It's the education equivalent of predatory lending. That's exactly right. The kids who are already in the elite private schools, they are getting vouchers now. That's an important piece of this conversation, that these universal voucher systems like that are being proposed in each state, including your own, they are saying we're going to give money to these elite private schools too. But what they're not saying is that these elite private schools have to accept any new children. They're just simply saying we're going to underwrite the tuition for the kids who are there. So which schools still have space and which schools are able to accept more children coming from public to private school? It's these subprime providers. Often, some of these schools are actually what I call pop-up schools. They come into the market once vouchers the voucher cash flow turns on. They open up. It turns out it's really hard to run a school. Not a lot of people are actually very good at it. And so they come in, think about PPP during COVID, the small business cash that was turned on during COVID. How many of you got a cousin or something who it's just kind of like, I didn't know that guy had a business, and all of a sudden he's got a business, and he got a $25,000 bailout saying for his small business because he was going to just about start one, and then COVID hit. I literally got a cousin who did that. That's what these schools do when vouchers come in. There's a number of these schools that come in. Again, they're not very good at it. So the types of schools that kids attend when when voucher systems do come into the state are, number one, these financially distressed subprime schools that are already existing, that are barely hanging on. They'll take any kids that come in, and it's not because they're benevolent. It's because they need the money. The other group of schools are those pop-up schools that flood the market. I spent a lot of time studying this issue in Wisconsin. 40% of schools, private schools taking voucher funds, have closed since that program began in 1990. It's the oldest one in the country. 40% of schools have closed, even with the taxpayer bailout. And the average time to failure for the schools that did get that money that closed was less than 4 years. They made it 4 years. Now think about a kid coming in first grade, second grade, kindergarten, whatever. That means that kid's entire academic life in elementary school, they could enter that school and the school could shut down before they even finished fifth grade. That's why these results are so bad. I think sometimes when I talk to folks, not necessarily you guys, but I talk to folks in other sectors and they're like, but this can't be true. How can these academic results be so bad? The reason is you got to get out of your head the idea that these elite private schools are opening their doors to kiddos once the voucher turns on. That's just not what happens. The schools that are taking the kids most in need, like lower income kids, the vulnerable kids, are themselves poorly run operations, often that close, and that's why the results are so terrible.
Right. So, I mean, I was just going to say that's so true. I mean, there's a misconception, that folks will be allowed into these elite academies when in reality you're going to be at Bubba's Bible School at the strip mall that just popped up, right? And has God knows who teaching, classrooms, if there's teaching even happening. It's just really it's shocking. And so one thing I really wanted to ask you about is, so we've talked about the folks, this minority of folks who are going to potentially benefit from this program, they think, only until they see the results. We know the majority of folks benefiting from the program are just getting a handout. But what about all of us folks that are left behind in the public school system? How does this actually impact the public schools, once these programs are intact?
It's a good question. So there's two things to take on here. So the first is, how does this affect, say, the academic outcomes of the kids who stay? And the reason that's an important question to address is that this market theory behind these improvements would also suggest that academic outcomes will improve if there's competition. Right. And I will say that oddly enough, the evidence that that vouchers, quote unquote, work is better for what happens to the kids who are left behind than it is for the kids who are actually used. Only in the sense that we see these very slight upticks sometimes in Florida's the case. Florida's where most of these results have been found. We do see these slight upticks in test scores as a result of what's called competitive threats. When a voucher system starts to underwrite private schools in a certain district's area, sometimes those districts' test scores improve for the kids who stay. That's only true, however, and this is a very big exception, very big caveat. That's only true in districts that stand to lose the most money. So when you hear voucher, turns out defunding public schools is a really unpopular position. Left, right, most people don't want their public schools defunded in their communities. And so there's been a lot of effort made by the voucher lobbyist groups right now to say, no, these vouchers, they don't take money from public schools. And then they'll say in the same breath, but there are competitive effects that show public schools improve with academics. And I will say they can't have it both ways. So what the data show is that it's only true that there are competitive effects in extremely vulnerable lower income communities that stand to lose the most dollars from voucher systems coming in. That's number one. Okay. Number two is over time. So that the dollars that get lost when vouchers are become law in any given state are the state portion of funding for local public schools. Remember when I said 3/4 or more of users from these voucher systems were never in public school to begin with. So what that means is that most individual districts in your state, for example, they're not going to lose the money necessarily because they're losing tons and tons of children from their schools going to all these private schools in that area. We've already talked today about how that does not happen. What does happen is states can't afford to pay for two separate sectors of education. And so right now, private individuals who can already afford private tuition on their own are paying their own tuition. And what the Governor Ivey's plan would do, what Governor Lee's plan north of you guys would do, what's going on in Arkansas, what's going on in Louisiana and elsewhere is simply saying, okay, we're going to come in as the taxpayer and pick up the tab for what's already being paid for on the private sector currently. The state can't afford to do that in the long run. And so the way it pays for it is by draining portions of state aid to local school districts. So that's where local school districts start to lose the most amount of money is and have to rely entirely on their own local revenue base. So that, depending on your political orientation, may sound like a good thing, but it turns out that if you go ask both school district leaders, community leaders, mayors, city councils, families who are paying attention to this stuff, they'll all tell you that the state portion of education funding is incredibly important to their districts. And the main reason is that the economy changes, it ebbs, it flows. Some dollars, some years are lean years, some years are fat years. Districts can't have this fluctuating source of revenue. What the state portion does is it evens things out. It allows districts to plan. That all goes away when vouchers come to town.
Wow. So trying to be a devil's advocate, I could imagine somebody saying, okay, so some of these schools close down after 4 years. That's competition. And given enough time, maybe given 20 years or something, then then some of the elite schools will actually begin to respond to the incentive to try to take more of these students in. They'll try to expand, or some of these other pop-up schools will get better and become something like an elite school. Have we seen any of that happen in any of these in any of these instances?
No, the only data that we have is tracked to these schools for about 4 years, and so anything past 4 years, we don't know how the academic outcomes might be. But I will tell you though and again, that's partly because states have just stopped tracking those for these larger voucher systems. None of the voucher bills passed in the last 2 years nationally have included any type of oversight provisions that would allow us to answer those long-term questions that you just asked. The thing we do know, just in terms of like the performance of the school and the kids going into them and that kind of thing, the thing we do know for sure though is that it's over that same period of time that all of the bills come due at the state level. So what's and this is probably going on. I haven't sort of followed the individual political debates going on in your legislature right now, but the common trick is to create what's called a hold harmless type approach to funding these voucher systems in the first couple of years, and they do that because politicians on either side of the aisle and legislatures don't like to vote on bills that will take dollars from their communities. And so to get enough votes, even among Republicans, what ends up happening is the state will carve out these kind of, again, what are they called, hold harmless provisions. We're not going to defund local districts for a while. We're just going to pay for these voucher systems for the next 3 or 4 years out of other pieces of our general revenue fund. That only is doable for 3 or 4 years. It's just like putting the charge onto a credit card, right? Like you can avoid paying for all of it at once. You can put a new big screen TV on an installment plan or whatever, but at some point you got to pay, and usually it comes with interest. And that's what happens here. So the long run question, to that devil's advocate is, okay, it's well, we do know that it's true that these elite private schools over time start to open more of their doors, but it's not that they're opening them to new kids. It's just that more and more of those children become eligible to take a voucher because over time the enrollment caps on participation go up and up and up and up, and eventually just to go, like in Florida, go to anybody who wants a voucher, even if you are already in private school paying yourself for 8 years. When that happens, that's when the state just begins to not be able to afford to pay for both. And that's where spending on local districts goes down, local communities goes down. And that's when the check comes due.
Wow. I don't have any other questions, Adam. Is there anything else that you wanted to ask him?
Yeah, I guess my final question would be, do you have any parting words for people who are working in public education, who have kids in public education, people who believe in public education and want to see it improved and defended, whether it's here in Alabama or elsewhere? Do you have any final words for those of us who really want to win this fight?
Yeah, I'd say just keep up the fight. Listen, every family has things that they would like to make better for themselves in their house, the people that they love, the people that love them. We all have things that we want to work on. In public schools, there are things that we need to keep working on. No one is saying that these schools are perfect. Right. We're also not saying that the approach is to just stop funding them, destroy the whole household, and move out and move in with some mistress who's gonna offer us a good time for 6 months and then kick us out too. That's basically what these bills are doing. So I would say, listen, don't buy the pitch from the out-of-state snake oil salesman. I've heard it in every state right now. It's all the same. These are really well-coordinated things. The results are terrible. These are bills that are intended almost exclusively to benefit families who are already in private schools. And what that's going to mean, though, too, by the way, is that it's still, no matter if this bill passes in your state, it's still going to be true, no matter what, that the vast majority of children in Alabama are going to be learning in Alabama public schools. And so all this bill will do is cut new checks and new tax breaks for families that are in Alabama private schools, and leave the public schools to clean up the what's left with less money over time. And then the last thing I would say, go ahead.
No, well, you can say that and then and wrap up with this. I feel like this would be a good place to kind of end it on. You mentioned that there were, in select instances, minor improvements from the competitive effect in public schools, and very, it's a very small group that this affects, but there is that. What are studying education policy, I don't know if you have been just your bailiwick has been school choice, and I want to assess its effect, or if it's been generally education policy. But if it's the latter, what are some things that you have seen across the country that have been implemented that have actually been proven on a large scale to make education and academic results better for the students?
Tutoring, summer school, professional development for teachers. Listen, and here, this isn't a satisfactory answer to some folks, but the Gospel of Matthew tells me that where my treasure is, there my heart will be also. You have to fund public schools. So those competitive effects that we talked about in the voucher system, they're tiny. I'm not going to bore you with the math numbers, but they're tiny. They're about 2/10 of the size of just directly investing in those public schools in the first place. And that's a really important piece of this. So I appreciate you giving me the chance to follow up on that. Those competitive effects that do exist in those voucher systems are, again, about 20% the size of just giving the schools more dollars to invest in the first place. So if improving public schools is our goal, which I think it should be, then simply giving them the resources to improve rather than funding private schools for kids who are already there is actually much more effective on its own terms. And sometimes when I talk to folks, they're looking for me to say a really clever new scheme to improve outcomes. And we have a few data points that show, again, things like tutoring, things like summer school, things like professional development for teachers do work, but all those things cost money. And so there's no substitute for just simply paying for the things that are important to you. Budgets are moral documents. So it tells what we decide to fund with our dollars, whether it's in education, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in food for families. That's another thing. My governor just passed last year a universal school meals bill, giving food to kiddos. When that happens, not only do their test scores improve, not only do they not get bullied if they have to kind of wait in a line for food, but turns out things like local grocery prices go down because grocery stores have to kind of lower their prices to compete with schools for those free lunches. Like, it benefits everybody. None of that's possible if you're going to be sending taxpayer dollars to private school tuition for kids who are already there.
I'm sorry, I've got one more follow-up. Finland is really, as I understand it, lauded for its public education system. And one of the things that Finland does is they ban private school. There's no private schools in Finland, if I'm remembering correctly. You can't. It's all public education. There are some people who say that because of that, then that means that all the hoity-toity people have to go to public schools, and so they have more of an incentive to actually make sure the people with power in the community have the incentive to make sure that the public schools are better in Finland because their kids have to go there. Is there any merit to that? Have you looked into that at all?
Well, I think again it goes back to the resources involved there, right? If everybody's children are going there, then that means that the entire amount of resources spent on education is going to support those public schools, and everybody's in this together. That's just not the model that these voucher systems are planning here, and the results show.
All right. Professor Cowen, thank you for your time. You've been very generous.
Yes, you have been very generous,
guys.
and have really enjoyed it, and will be sharing with every educator I know in Alabama.
Sounds good. Best of luck, guys.
Appreciate you.
Absolutely. Yeah, well, I mean now the movement's dead. I mean, they're going to be done because these are people that are like all facts and logic and facts don't care about your feelings. So I mean, we're not
once they listen to this, it's going to end the debate. It's going to end
the debate. Yeah, we're not going to hear about school choice anymore in Alabama.
We hope.
All right, folks. That was that. I apologize, Adam, but he was a really good guest. He had a lot of good information.
I knew it was going to be good. I told people it was going to be good.
I went longer than I wanted to, but I think we got some good stuff, and I think it'll be beneficial to like you said, to send around. We're gonna take a break really quick, and we're gonna talk about the latest UAW news and Boss Watch to wrap up the first half of the show.
In Alabama, more than 200,000 of our friends and neighbors are living without health care coverage. Often folks can't stay healthy enough to keep their jobs. We need to fix this. Let's close the health care coverage gap. To learn more, visit coveralabama.org.
Support for this program also comes from the Ironworkers, Local 477. So if you are looking for contractors with lower than average EMR and TRIR, they tell me that if you need to know what those mean, then you will. Or if you need to supplement a workforce at any level for any amount of time, short or long term, if you need ironworkers that come trained and certified at no extra cost, or if you need workers from superintendent down to general laborer, and you're looking to start work on a project, or you're unhappy with your current contractor situation, you need to call my friend Jeb Miles with the Ironworkers Local 477. They only work with the best in the business, vetted contractors, and can do all kinds of jobs from roofing to steel and bridge erection, from welding to heavy rigging, from structural repairs to machinery alignment, and much more. They supply manpower on 4 of the 5 largest projects in North Alabama, so you know they're legit. If you need good quality, safe, efficient, diligent, and knowledgeable workers on your job, then you need the Ironworkers Local 477. Call Jeb Miles at 256-383-3334 or via email at local477@bellsouth.net, and make sure you tell them that you heard about them on the Valley Labor Report.
We're the nurses, firefighters, and claims representatives that help keep our government services running. We respond to natural disasters. We care for our nation's veterans, and we investigate discrimination in the workplace. We are federal and D.C. government workers, and we are proud to serve the American people. Working in more than 70 agencies across the government, we know we can fulfill our mission because our union has our back. Learn more at afge.org. Paid for by the American Federation of Government Employees, AFL-CIO.
The Laborers International Union of North America, Local 366, is proudly recruiting North Alabama workers to work construction and nuclear plant maintenance. If you're interested, please contact Donna at their training center to start the process. That phone number is 256-415-7452. Again, that phone number is 256-415-7452. No experience is needed. Free training is offered, but you must be able to pass a background check and a drug test. Local hiring that grows our community with good-paying jobs that have benefits is their mission. Live better, work union, Local 366, feel the power.
Support for this program also comes from the Mid-South Council of Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union. Learn more at rwdsu.info.
I'm Attorney Tommy Sinyard. When you've been injured and need help, you need a lawyer who's with you.
Sinyard Law. You need attorneys always available to take care of you. Sinyard Law.
And keep you in the loop. It's your case. You need to know what's happening.
Sinyard Law. And never a charge to meet with us to evaluate your case. Sinyard Law.
A new firm, but an old name. One that will stay with you every step of the way.
Sinyard Law. The name with proven results.
As labor union members, we face our share of challenges in the workplace. But today, I want to talk about a different kind of challenge, the climate crisis. We've all seen the fury of Mother Nature, the storms that can turn lives upside down in an instant. That's why Hometown Action is launching our Climate Protection Project. We're heading out to 10 rural communities, listening to local folks, and taking action with them to protect communities impacted by climate disasters. And we need you, our union brothers and sisters, to join us. Together, we'll make a difference. Our strength on the job is undeniable, and now it's time to put that strength to work for the planet. Let's protect our communities, our families, and our future. Visit hometownaction.org today and sign up to volunteer for the Climate Protection Canvas.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Alabama's only union talk radio show. This is the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison, here with my co-host Adam Keller. If you missed any of the show, you can find us on Facebook and YouTube and watch the replay. We also release clips throughout the week. 844-899-TVLR is the phone number if you want to weigh in. We've got a lot of news to get to, so on this, the UAW has continued to make waves in Alabama and across the country, and the BCA is not happy about it. The Council of Bosses in Alabama.
The Business Council of Alabama just is what the BCA stands for.
Yeah. The BCA, Business Council of Alabama, Council of Bosses in Alabama, they are not happy with the progress that Alabama's auto workers are making towards unionization. And so they have announced an all-out war on Alabama's auto workers. So I don't know what we should get. Should we talk about the Hyundai campaign in the main show, or the BCA article? Should we respond to that? What do you think?
Well, maybe we should talk about the campaign first, and then we can get into the response, even if that's on overtime if need be.
Okay. Yeah. So the news, the latest news from Hyundai in Alabama, from the UAW in Alabama, is that workers at Hyundai hit 30% cards signed. So 30% of the workers in the 5,000 person factory in Montgomery have now signed cards saying that they want to be a part of the United Auto Workers. So that's a big milestone. They held a forum a week and a half ago, something like that. And so they're moving along very quickly with this campaign. And they actually announced it immediately after the Business Council of Alabama announced their campaign. So that was a really good, that the timing worked really well for the auto workers there, being able to announce this victory immediately after the declaration of war by Alabama's business class. And they announced that they had hit 30% with a great video. The UAW's communications team has been putting out great videos for the last 9-10 months now, and I think this one is probably the best one of the announcement videos at these various plants where they've hit 30%. And so we're going to go ahead and play this for you in full because it's really, really good. Let's go ahead and play that for him, Adam.
Welcome to Montgomery, Alabama, the birthplace of the Civil Rights Movement, where Dr. King first preached.
Montgomery, Alabama, the city where Rosa Parks sat down, and the city where thousands of Hyundai workers
are ready to stand up.
20 years ago, Hyundai opened their first U.S. plant here in Montgomery.
A foreign company got $250 million in American taxpayer money.
And we got promised good, safe jobs. 20 years later, we're still waiting.
Hyundai's profits are through the roof.
While we're some of the lowest paid auto workers in the country, we make the cars.
But we can't afford to buy them.
We put in the sweat, but we don't see the profits.
Hyundai makes billions,
while Alabama auto workers fall behind.
They've always tried to divide us.
But we're standing together.
They told us to wait our turn, but we're done waiting.
We're done waiting.
We're done waiting.
For years now I have heard the word wait. This wait has almost always meant never.
Hyundai workers can't wait.
Our families can't wait.
Montgomery can't wait.
We're ready to stand up.
Stand up.
Stand up.
Stand up.
Stand up for righteousness. Stand up for justice. Stand up for truth. And lo, I will be with you, even unto the end of the world.
So there you go, folks. A very powerful message, and directly combating some of the things that the business class and the political leaders in Alabama are saying. Particularly, one of the common talking points is that Alabama's auto workers are highly paid. And so they said that they're some of the lowest paid auto workers in the country. And in the press release announcing this that they sent to me as well, some of them talked about their pay. One of the people involved in the campaign, Ronald Terry, said, I was a temp at Hyundai from 2014 to 2017. I made $11.03 an hour the entire time. That's 3 years working in an auto manufacturing facility that has OSHA fines against it of $50,000 for amputation and crush hazards, at the same facility where they found child labor, at the same facility where prison labor is being used. Now, free labor is being paid $11 an hour, and Governor Ivey is telling us that is highly paid. Highly paid. And Ronald Terry continued, they kept saying, just wait a little longer. You'll make it to full time. I finally did, but the pay is still mediocre. With the union, we can bring our pay and benefits up to a higher standard. That's how you motivate your workers. It's not just good for us, it's good for the product we produce. And that's obviously true. Another Hyundai worker who does body shop control, Dwayne Naylor, said, my oldest son works at the plant over on General Assembly. I went through 14 years in General Assembly, and I know what it'll do to your body over there. I don't want the younger generation to go through what we did. Over the last 10 years, most of my raises have been just 12 or 13 cents an hour. The price of their cars, they go up every year, but my pay don't. If we don't get the union here, our pay will never keep up. They also talk about how the retirement is not good. I'm getting close to retirement, and the company has literally broken me down. We need compensation for that when we retire, not just a cake and a car discount for a car we can't afford to buy because we don't have any income. We need a real retirement. We need to win our union. They also talked about the injuries in the shop. And that's another thing that these people, Governor Ivey and the business class in Alabama, are telling us. They're saying that these auto workers are not only highly paid, but these are high quality jobs. And so when you talk about a high quality job, you assume that that means the working conditions are good. Well, Kishelle Liggins, a quality inspector at Hyundai, said, Peggy Howard, who works on F1 Final in General Assembly. She said, when you're injured, management pushes you back on the line too soon. I had a surgery on my rotator cuff in September, and I had to go back to work the last of December. I didn't get the 2 weeks ramp up, and now I'm having pains all over again. I had cortisone injection 3 weeks ago, and I'm about to go back for another injection. If that doesn't work, the doctor told me he'll have to do the surgery over again. This is because she wasn't able to take the proper amount of rest. We need to make our job safer. We need the union. And then talking about, not only the safety, now talking about the time that this company is taking from these people. Kishelle Liggins, a quality inspector, said, here's when I knew I needed the union. My youngest son had a basketball game, and I scheduled a half day of vacation time. Someone was supposed to come to the line to relieve me, but no one came. Finally, I clocked out, and I missed the first quarter of his game. They still wanted to write me up for job abandonment. I had to go in front of team relations, and I explained what happened, that I was legit in having this personal day, and my group leader stopped me and said, this job is more important than your family.
Wow.
At that moment, I just froze. That was sickening. I knew things at Hyundai had gone too far. Luis Leon at Labor Notes has an article about this campaign as well. Luis Leon has been really writing kind of the definitive articles about the campaign as it progresses. So I recommend, obviously, subscribe to Labor Notes if you haven't. If you want to learn about the labor movement, you want to learn about the latest news in the labor movement, and you want to learn how to be a better union member, subscribe to Labor Notes.
Absolutely.
Obviously. And read Luis Leon. Hyundai workers roll the union on in Alabama is the article title. And they talked about how, I just told you, 12, 13 cent raises every year. Not a whole lot. Temps making $11 an hour. Once the UAW stand-up strike began, grabbing headlines last fall, she and her co-workers, this is talking about a worker, started talking in earnest about a union at Hyundai, especially after the union notched a historic victory at the Big Three. Then the company actually threw money at us, Liggins said. Hyundai promised to raise wages by 25% over 4 years. So then Liggins said, so all we're doing is talking about the union, and we got this little money and began wondering what we could get if we actually tried to form a union. Right. And so here we are today. Absolutely. Absolutely. You get a 25% raise because you're talking about a union. Imagine what you can get if you actually get a union. I mean, seriously, think about it. So Luis kind of reiterates or talks about how the biggest issues are retirement security, favoritism, high rates of injury, and punishing schedules. And I want to give you the schedule. Workers complain that Hyundai's 6-day work weeks and last-minute schedule changes break up their weekends, leaving them overworked and demoralized. Managers routinely flip their schedules with little notice between days and nights or over holiday breaks. Gilbert Brooks usually takes vacation days ahead of Martin Luther King Day, which is a company-paid holiday. On Tuesday, he reported back to work at his scheduled time, but because of the holiday, he didn't check the app and see that managers had called an early start. He didn't need to check if a worker's on vacation. The early startup notification isn't supposed to apply. Hyundai's manager still dinged him for being late, moving him to phase 2 of the disciplinary process. Wild stuff. At Hyundai, workers are required to maintain 99% attendance. If a worker dips below that percentage because they're late or absent, they're giving a verbal warning, talks about the progression. Hyundai has no sick days, with only 3 personal days. Regardless of years at the company, workers are bound to end up in a disciplinary process. Could you imagine that? Working for one of the most profitable companies in the world, and you only have 3 days off a year.
Ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous. But Governor Ivey has the gall to go around and tell these people, obviously these people know that it's not a high-paying, high-quality job. You know, she thinks they're stupid, but they're not that stupid, obviously. But she wants you and me to believe that, because you and me don't have to work these schedules. We're not in those facilities, and so we don't know. And so maybe she's hoping that she can pull the wool over our eyes and hoping that we don't actually talk to these people and we don't actually read the reporting. And she wants you to believe these people are stuck up and asking for too much, and they're greedy workers, and they don't deserve any more than they're getting. So, again, really great reporting from Luis. Always appreciate his work. And, victory to the UAW and down with the BCA and the political class behind them. We'll talk some more about the BCA's article and their campaign against the UAW in the second half of the show. It's going to start after we go off of the air at 11 a.m. Central Time. So if you want to hear that, find us on Facebook and YouTube at The Valley Labor Report. Right now we're going to talk about, we're going to get to Boss Watch. Boss Watch is a segment that we do every week where we talk about what bosses were up to in the last week, because, the evening news always has, this segment like every time where they show mugshots about people who are arrested for shoplifting or trespassing or whatever. And you never see bosses on the evening news with their mugshots, because crimes by employers are not criminalized. But if we do as workers literally the exact same thing, we would end up under the jail. And so this segment is intended to emphasize that. Starting in Florida, the U.S. Department of Labor has recovered $900,000, almost $1 million in stolen wages and liquidated damages for 75 workers of a Florida grocery store enterprise after finding their employer wrongly exempted them from eligibility for overtime pay. The department's wage and hour division determined that La Primavera Store Incorporated, operating as La Primavera Supermarket in Fort Pierce, Bradenton, and Sarasota, incorrectly categorized the affected workers as overtime exempt and did not pay them the required time and a half rate for over 40 hours in a work week. Investigators found the employees did not meet certain criteria for exemption. And in addition to wage violations, the division learned that La Primavera store employed two 15-year-old employees to work outside of legally allowable hours in violation of federal child labor regulations. Specifically, the employer employed the young workers past 7 p.m. during the school year and more than 18 hours during school weeks. The division assessed the employer with a $1,500 penalty to address the child labor violations. And it's worth noting that the Florida legislature wants to make that legal. The Florida legislature right now, a bill is moving through the legislature and is being passed by committees and houses in the legislature to allow children to work over 30 hours in a school week while they're in school. They want to make it legal to do that. Insane. In Georgia, a Silver Creek plumbing contractor could have prevented a 34-year-old employee's June 2023 fatal fall at a Rome work site by following required safety procedures, a U.S. Department of Labor investigation found. Investigators with the department's Occupational Safety and Health Administration learned that a 3-person crew from K&D Plumbing Incorporated was replacing a sewer line at Armuchee High School when they encountered a blockage in a pipe. To clear the blockage near the end of a 60-foot-long trench, one worker entered a manhole. A short time later, the worker fell about 20 feet, where they succumbed to injuries as a result of the fall and subsequent exposure to a high atmospheric concentration of hydrogen sulfide gas. The Rome Fire Department used a gas monitor to test the air inside the manhole and discovered the presence of hydrogen sulfide at 1,900 parts per million. The OSHA permissible exposure limit for hydrogen sulfide is 20 parts per million. It's about 100 times over the allowable limit. An environmental concentration of 100 parts per million is considered immediately dangerous to life or health. OSHA cited the employer for willfully failing to develop and implement a permit-required confined space entry program, including testing and ventilating the space before allowing employees to enter a manhole. The agency also cited K&D with 6 serious violations for not providing ladders or other safe means of egress from the 6-foot deep trench and protections or controls for water accumulation inside the trench. In addition, the employer failed to have a competent person inspect the trench prior to workers entering and for not ensuring excavated soil and uninstalled piping were stored at least 2 feet from the trench edge, preventing them from rolling back inside the trench and striking workers. The agency proposed $180,000 in penalties. In North Carolina, the U.S. Department of Labor has recovered $168,000 in back wages for 51 workers at a Wilmington storm response contractor that misclassified them as independent contractors and failed to pay them for several months after work was completed. The department's Wage and Hour Division found Utility Resource Services, LLC, which employs former utility workers and drivers to identify and report line and power issues in areas affected by hurricanes, violated minimum wage and overtime violations of the Fair Labor Standards Act when it failed to pay many of the affected workers for more than 7 months. Just didn't pay them for the work that they had done for over half a year. Wild. Investigators also learned the employer had misclassified some employees as independent contractors and did not pay them the required time and a half rate after 40 in a work week and failed to maintain payroll records for its employees. During the investigation, the employer reported that they could not make payroll after the company holding the contract for those services failed to pay them. But it doesn't matter. You still got to pay. You still got to pay your workers. So yeah, really, really wild stuff, and they just get away with it, right? You can kill somebody. You can steal $1 million from workers, as long as you're an employer and not a regular working person. It's fine. All you got to do is pay the money back. Absolutely. Should be unacceptable. I have a few dishonorable mentions we wanted to make sure that we got to this week. A Norfolk Southern employee was killed in a train crash in Decatur, Alabama. The National Transportation Safety Board said that they're going to be doing a thorough investigation, but a full report could take up to 2 years to finish. U.S. Department of Labor Wage and Hour Division investigators found the ambulance service provider paid workers an incorrect overtime rate. The agency found that the employer failed to pay the correct overtime rate after the Florida minimum wage rate increased from $10 to $11 per hour on September 30th, 2022. Instead, Excelsior Ambulance Service continued paying the lesser wage rate after the change became effective, leading to paying overtime at rates lower than required by law. The division recovered $33,000 in back wages and liquidated damages for 28 workers. Investigators with the U.S. Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division found that an employer incorrectly determined that 7 seasonal employees were exempt from overtime and paid them straight time instead of time and a half for hours over 40 in a work week. Additionally, the employer failed to properly compute compensatory time for 17 year-round employees. These actions violated the Fair Labor Standards Act, and they recovered $27,000. So there you go. That is that's Boss Watch, and I mean it really.
And there was more,
is,
y'all. There was a lot more we could have pulled from. That was just a sampling of bad behavior by bosses over the past couple weeks.
It really is. I mean, folks should be appalled at the things that employers are allowed to get away with for. I mean, really what amounts to just a slap on the wrist, if it can even be counted as that, because these penalties are just so, I mean, the penalties often just amount to pay the workers what they owed, right? There's no jail time. There's no, probationary period a lot of times. It's so amazing that employers are able to get away with this kind of stuff. And while, normal people have mugshots thrown all over the news if we steal toothpaste from a Walgreens.
Yeah, and I was going to say that, the EEOC, the Department of Labor, these agencies that are doing these enforcement actions, they're underfunded and short-manned, and also you have politicians who want to make that worse, right? Because of their wealthy, powerful donors who don't even like this little bit of accountability. Even the slaps on the wrist is too much for some in capital who would prefer to have zero consequences at all, not even, these minor bits of accountability that we can get. And so it's important that, these agencies that are technically law enforcement agencies, right? And, last I checked, Republicans were supposed to be really big on law enforcement and funding law enforcement. I guess, unless it might actually help working people. And then it becomes a different debate, apparently.
Yeah, absolutely. Adam, you have a few plugs for us as we round out the show?
Yeah, let's see what we got going on. As always, Labor Notes, we mentioned them earlier in the great reporting they're doing. They're hosting a series of online trainings. I highly recommend you do Labor Notes trainings, right? Even if you can't do the next one, attend some Labor Notes trainings. Go to labornotes.org/events. Let's see what else we got going on. Alabama Rise is hosting a virtual action briefing the night before the legislative session starts. So that'll be February 5th from 6 o'clock to 7:15. You don't want to miss this legislative preview. You can go to alarise.org to find out more and to register. And I will be on America's Workforce Radio this week on Tuesday, probably talking some Alabama legislative session, some staff union news, some what else? I have no idea what else I'll be talking about on America's Workforce, but check it out on Tuesday. And if you're a college student, a college professor, or have any connection to a college campus, and you'd be interested in a pro-labor event on campus, check out Labor Spring 2024. It's an initiative out of Georgetown University. And if you're in Alabama and you're interested, definitely hit us up. You can just Google that, Labor Spring 2024, and find some information there.
All right, folks, that's going to be it for us on the program. We are going to be playing the Adams interview with Cornel West at about 11:15 a.m. after we get into overtime. So find us on Facebook and YouTube if you want to hear that conversation. We're also going to be talking to Teamster Rick Smith of the Rick Smith Show, nationally syndicated radio show and TV program on Free Speech TV, about Sean O'Brien's continuing footsie with Donald Trump, and the most recent news that the Teamsters are going to try to donate $45,000, or Sean O'Brien is trying to get the Teamsters to donate $45,000 to the Republican National Committee. Really wild stuff. So we're going to talk about all that and more in overtime. Find us online, Facebook, YouTube, The Valley Labor Report. If you're not able to do that, see you next week, folks. All right. All right.
Got a big show.
Yeah, should be off the radio now. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Got a big show. Gonna go ahead and take a break. We will be right back with overtime. Don't go anywhere.
Come on, you poor workers, good news to you I'll tell, how the good old union has come in here to dwell.
Welcome back. You're still listening to the Valley Labor Report. My name is Jacob Morrison. Got a lot of stuff to talk about today. A lot of stuff here. Let's do this. Talk about the South Carolina governor, man. This guy is crazy. So I did about like an hour of reading last night at 11 p.m. trying to figure out what the hell made him so upset, because he mentioned the International Longshoremen's Association, and then the ILA responded to his attack, but neither of them really, like, in either of their statements dug into the kind of the background of why they were fighting. Right, and so I have no context of this. It's not been this fight has not been covered. Kind of interestingly, after reading it, it feels like it should be news. You know what's going on. But so I had to do some digging and find some articles about this. And so apparently, what's going on is the ILA has a contract with the U.S. Marine Carriers Association or whatever, the big ocean carriers. They got a contract with them. And in the contract, it says that that in any new ports, not existing ports, but in any new ports, all work will be done by the ILA. And so that clause kicked into effect with South Carolina's construction of a new port. They're calling it the name of the port is the Leatherman port, the something or another Leatherman terminal. So that opened after that agreement. So the ILA is saying this clause is in effect. And at other South Carolina ports, there's this hybrid model where South Carolina state employees do some of the work and ILA members do some of the work, right? So there's this hybrid model, and because this is a new port that's been done, that was built and opened after this contract where the USMC said, we will, USMX said, any new ports, you get all the work. The ILA is trying to enforce the contract. So they sued to enforce the contract in like New Jersey court, because I think that's where the USMX is located. And so they sued in New Jersey to try to enforce the contract for like $300 million or something. And then there was a decision, and then South Carolina countersued, and some of these facts I'm still a bit hazy on, but I'm giving you the gist of what's going on. You'll kind of understand at least the broad strokes, right? And so then South Carolina countersued, or a lower judge said that no, ILA, you can't enforce your contract because of the ban on secondary boycotts. And so I had a difficult time figuring out, like, how are you getting the secondary boycotts? They're suing the people that they have a contract with. How is this a secondary boycott? And so basically their argument is that because the employees in the hybrid work model in the rest of South Carolina's ports are employed by the South Carolina state government, that that the ILA is then therefore putting pressure on the South Carolina state government, who they don't have a contract with, and therefore it's a secondary boycott. And it falls under the secondary boycott ban of the Taft-Hartley Act. And now I don't buy that. I don't think it makes sense, because the ILA is not suing South Carolina, and they're not saying that South Carolina can or can't hire whoever the hell they want. They're just saying that USMX cannot use a new terminal with this hybrid work model, right? So, South Carolina can do whatever the hell they want and employ people or not employ people. But if they do that, then the ILA says that under the terms of their contract, USMX can't use this port, right? And so I don't, and so I don't buy that. Neither did the NLRB, and neither did the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. The Supreme Court has taken this up now, and so we're going to see they have got a hearing scheduled in April. And so we're going to see what the Supreme Court says. I'm very concerned, very concerned about it because the Supreme Court is so bad, because of Trump, right? In large part because of Trump. And I think that's, kind of relevant to, conversations that we're going to have in the later parts of the program. But, I'm not hopeful about it, but just the dynamics in the letter of the law seem clear to me. They're suing the people that they have the contract with because of actions that the people that they have the contract with want to take. Right? I mean, it just seems super direct and not secondary at all. So I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not a legal expert, but it just doesn't make sense to me. South Carolina's defense or their argument here. But so there we go. That's the background. Now you're caught up generally, and you'll have an understanding for these comments by South Carolina Governor McMaster at his State of the State speech last week. Let's play this.
Let's talk about unions for a moment. One thing we do not need is more labor unions in South Carolina. We've gotten where we are without them, and we do not need them now. We are a right-to-work state. We have the lowest union membership in the country. We have worked hard and carefully through education, training, and business recruitment to earn our record prosperity, and we will continue to preserve it and enhance it. However, our prosperity and that of generations of South Carolinians to come face a clear and present danger from the big labor unions. They have crippled and distorted the progress and prosperity of industries and cities in other states. You are familiar with the Rust Belt. It has taken years, but they've managed to do it. And now their membership is at an all-time low and failing. So now they're looking at us and other booming southeastern states, none of which want or need labor unions. In 2021, the International Longshoremen's Association sued the maritime shipping carriers for calling on the Port of Charleston's state-of-the-art Leatherman terminal. Over the past 2.5 years, what started as a secondary boycott to force the State Ports Authority to cede long-held state jobs to union labor has devolved into a broader threat to our current and future prosperity. The cranes at that terminal and others are run by state employees. They cost over $10 million each, and it takes years to learn how to run them. That's why we have our people, our state employees, running those cranes. Secondary boycotts are illegal. The ILA's secondary boycott was initially rejected, but later resurrected by President Biden's appointees on the National Labor Relations Board. We have taken the fight all the way to the United States Supreme Court, which I believe will understand the dire implications of this conduct, uphold the law, and rule in our favor. Our aerospace, vehicle, and tire manufacturers are no longer the sole targets for labor organizers. No. Our thriving hospitality and tourism industry along our coast now finds itself a target too. It seems that no business or employee in South Carolina is safe from the disingenuous campaigns and destructive impacts of union infiltration. No one should bargain their prosperity under threats of union boycotts or coercive pressure campaigns. We will not let our state's economy suffer or become collateral damage as labor unions seek to consume new jobs and conscript new dues-paying members. And we will not allow the Biden administration's vigorous pro-union policies to chip away at South Carolina's sovereign interests. We will fight. Ladies and gentlemen, we will fight all the way to the gates of hell, and we will win this battle. Thank you.
So there you go. You got a lot of those same anti-union talking points. Union's bad, whatever. And so the ILA international president did respond, and like I said, he didn't go into some of the background facts of the case, but he did make some arguments against McMaster. And interestingly, he almost, I hesitate to say that this is an attack from the right on McMaster because, just because the proposal is to have the employees be state employees, and so this be like a state enterprise, that doesn't automatically make it better or like right wing, right? So I don't want or left wing. It doesn't make it left wing automatically if the proposal is to have state employees do something as opposed to not state employees. But the way that he frames it is kind of right wing, I think. Harold Daggett, International Longshoremen's Association, ILA, international president, said in his statement, McMaster went out of his way to single out the International Longshoremen's Association, which represents the hardworking men and women in the Port of Charleston. But ironically, the Port of Charleston is the perfect example of this hypocrisy. If he truly cared about the prosperity of South Carolinians, he would modernize the Port of Charleston so that it would be operated by private enterprise, like almost everywhere else in the United States. If South Carolina allowed private investment in the port, it would cost state residents nothing. But instead, the governor and his administration tax the public to operate the port. So that's an interesting argument there. I hesitate to say that it's kind of like a right-wing argument because of the fact that, is it more, what's more right-wing or pro-worker? Have state employees who are not officially represented by a union and probably have lower wages and worse working conditions, or have private employees who are represented by a union and presumably have higher wages, better working conditions. I guess it's probably the latter, right? If those are the two options that you have, it's probably the latter. But it's kind of an interesting, using those words to try to attack him on that. I wonder how effective that is in South Carolina, if it does anything to, Republican politicians and commentators and such. I wonder if that does anything. Hearing, he's not letting private enterprise do the work. I don't know. I'm not too sure. He goes on to say, South Carolina's Republican politicians and corporate cronies have consistently worked to prevent the development of a strong labor presence, but since 1869, organized Charleston longshoremen have overcome South Carolina's racist and anti-union sentiment to maintain their presence in the community. From its earliest days, the predominantly black longshoremen's local in Charleston, ILA, Local 1422, has enjoyed relationships with local political, business, and community leaders. These longshoremen have used solidarity forged by racial discrimination and anti-unionism to combat the hostility created by many South Carolina politicians. Over 100 years ago, McMaster's political ancestors took the lead in the fight to force black Americans to work for free. Now, McMaster has pledged to fight to the gates of hell to prevent South Carolina workers from being paid fairly for their work. McMaster will lose that fight, just as his predecessors lost theirs. So we'll see what happened there. In addition to that statement, the Local 1422 held a rally after the State of the State address, and they did a big, they had some speeches and they had their own local response. And I got somebody who was there to send me the video, and unfortunately, it was in like a school gym or something, and they had a PA system, and so the audio from the recording is just almost inaudible because of the echoes, right? Because you can actually hear the person speaking, and then like half a second later, the PA system comes through, and it's all echoey, and it's jumbled, and I couldn't make out very much of it, which is very unfortunate because it looked like a really good speech, and the reaction of the audience made it seem like, oh wow, he's really spitting some fire. I have no idea what the hell he's saying, which was a big bummer. But I was able to pull some from when they were singing a little bit that you can make out and does sound good. So let's play this so that people can kind of get a feel for what the environment at this rally was like. There you go. All right. So yeah, best of luck to the ILA in their argument in the Supreme Court. We'll let you know what happens when the decision comes down. Probably come down, I don't know, sometime in June or July. So we'll keep an eye on that and let you know. With that, we've been teasing this for the whole show. Let's go ahead and get to the Cornel West interview that Adam did in person down in Birmingham when Cornel West was down for a couple of events and rallies and stuff like that. Adam, is there anything that you want to say to preview the interview?
Well, just that, like a lot of folks, I've been listening to Cornel West for years. I mean, since I was a teenager. So at this point, 15 years, I guess, I've been following him from, just from TV and radio and news articles and stuff like that. I've read a little bit of his stuff as well. And, whatever you think of Cornel West, I think he has always been someone who is interesting. And I think he's a master of rhetoric, frankly, in terms of his ability to just give a rousing speech and say interesting things. I was a little starstruck with it being in person, obviously. And so my apologies, if that really comes through in the interview. In terms of his presidential campaign, we can talk about this after the interview. But, whether you're particularly interested in that or not is maybe a different question from whether or not Cornel West is an interesting person to talk to. And so, yeah, I really enjoyed it. I really had a great time. It was a great opportunity for the Valley Labor Report and for myself, and appreciated him, squeezing me in between multiple interviews. There were a lot of people trying to talk to him while he was in Birmingham. So, yeah, I appreciate him and his team making some time for a little grassroots radio show and me walking in with my crappy laptop, my broken laptop and a little webcam. So with all that said, I really enjoyed it, and I hope y'all do too. Hey y'all, this is Adam Keller with the Valley Labor Report, Alabama's only union talk show. And I'm here in Birmingham to interview a very special guest, someone who has long spoken truth to power, an activist, scholar, author, educator, intellectual, and most recently, candidate for president of the United States. Dr. Cornel West, thanks so much for your time.
Brother Adam, it's a blessing for me to be here, and I salute the work that you do, force for good that you are.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we are a labor media project. We are dedicated to amplifying the voices of working class people here in the South. We're labor union activists ourselves. Our audience is mostly union members and allies. So I definitely want to talk to you about organized labor and where we're at in that moment. But before we get there, could you tell us, why are you running for president? And why should everyday people in the South, like myself, why should we pay attention?
Well, one is because I'm already in solidarity with you. Before the campaign, that's just who I am as a human being. I choose to be in solidarity in terms of raising my voice, in terms of deed, in terms of living, and even in terms of dying for the least of these. And that includes the wretched of the earth, working people all around the world. So you see, as a Christian, I'm an international, so I'm concerned about working people everywhere. But I start on my side of town. I start in the United States. I start in my own neighborhood and so forth. But I believe in making strong connections to working people. And that's why I support not just the trade union movement, but especially those elements in the trade union movement that recognize that we've got to be able to come together across racial divides in order to render greedy bosses accountable. So I'm an abolitionist when it comes to poverty. Part of my anti-poverty program is eliminating right-to-work states. I want to make sure workers can organize more easily so they don't have to deal with the influence of the bosses when it comes to those various committees and labor relations, connections, and networks that make it difficult even for workers to make a choice.
Right.
Just to make a choice, you see. So because I believe in the dignity and sanctity of everyone as a Christian and believe in the 25th chapter of Matthew, the least of these means you begin with the prisoners, the orphans, the widows. You begin with the poor. You begin with those folk who have been pushed against the wall. Well, the history of the working class, the history of working people, Alabama, I live in Harlem, New York, Middle East, Asia, Europe is what? Make the big profit, extract as much money, and keep the wages low, and divide the workers by whatever means, by race, by gender, by religion, whatever it is. That's one of the very ways in which workers are able to reproduce what I understand to be an unjust system. And so wherever I go, I'm saying the same thing. Well, of course, I've been doing that for almost 45 years.
You have, and I respect that, and I respect your message of solidarity and interracial people power, and the ability of labor to transcend some of those divisions, because a lot of times there's this false dichotomy that you choose social justice or you choose workers' rights.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
And we see that in our movement sometimes, and it's so frustrating. But ultimately, the message of solidarity you're uplifting is really important. And so on the subject of labor has been on the decline for decades, right? Since before I was born, the labor movement has been going down. But since this pandemic, it seems like there is this renewed union energy happening in the country. And I'm curious, what do you make of this current moment for organized labor? And then what is your message as a candidate for organized labor in 2024?
Well, this is a moment of renaissance and awakening among the trade union movement. And it's a beautiful thing. It has one of the reasons has to do precisely what you said before. In the country, but especially in the South, you see, the legacy of white supremacy has been one in which it's very difficult to bring together white and black workers the way you want. You've always had heroic vanilla brothers and sisters and heroic black brothers and sisters who have come together, but often they marginalized, crushed, lied on, misunderstood, misconstrued. Right now, part of the renaissance in the labor movement, I was just with Brother Sean, the Teamsters. We met and had a long dialogue, and of course with the UAW during the strike, with them twice in Detroit as well as New York with the other Sean.
The labor Seans.
The two labor Seans. I shouldn't really say that. Both of them serious, magnificent leaders. But what is it when you look at their unions? You see more and more chocolate and vanilla folk working together, bringing power and pressure to bear against those bosses. And see, I don't hate bosses, I hate greed. That's why Jesus ran out of the money, ran the money changers out of the temple. Right? He didn't hate the rich, he hated greed. And that for me is a model. You see, how do you fight against injustice without hating others? And so even though there's been a relative decline in the last 50 years, we're living in a moment now where the bounce back is strong from public sector and private sector. Right. And it's a beautiful thing to behold. We just have to make it more easy for working people to organize. You see, it's so early on. I mean, just the right to organize bill. I mean, the Democratic Party is supposed to sign that thing during the Obama years. Never got around to it.
Right.
He said, well, wait, but this is a major promise. Well, okay, I'm not here to bring all my critique to bear on the milquetoast neoliberals in the Democratic Party tied to militarism abroad. They tied to Wall Street. They tied to Silicon Valley. That's tied to the bosses. You say, well, how is it then that organized labor in its mainstream still support Democrats? Well, they say Republicans are worse. They're right. Republicans are worse on that particular issue. namely not being as bad as Republicans are not as bad, but Democrats are not as bad as Republicans when it comes to some issues for labor. But when it comes to full-fledged support for labor, that's not the Democrats. That's what this campaign is about. This is a full-fledged, full-throttle support for working people and the trade union movement. But I'm still very much against any form of racism and sexism and homophobia because I have a moral stance. This is not just playing politics. You see, you have to have a moral conscience about these things.
Right. And I think what you're describing is that we can choose solidarity over bigotry.
Absolutely.
It's a choice that we can make, and the solidarity powers us to make the changes that we need to see. And that is really what we believe on the Valley Labor Report is like, we need a mass working class movement. We need the people power we haven't seen since the 30s through the 60s. And we need that here in the South in particular, because as you spoke about, working people have been divided by wealthy, powerful interests here, and they have exploited and oppressed folks in the South for so long. It is a refuge for this anti-union corporate model where we hand over the public treasury, right? And we promise low wages, and we promise hostility to unions. We promise no regulations, low taxes. And we, as working class people in Alabama, are living in one of the worst places in the developed world.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering,
it's true.
What do you think? What do you think about the potential for that kind of mass working class people power here in the South that could bring that kind of transformation? And how do you see that relating to your campaign?
Well, one of the things we have to do is to make sure that we intervene collectively, organizationally, and individually to help bring it about. It always looks like it's a David versus Goliath situation, but we have to make sure that we're in motion. We have to make sure we're working with fellow citizens and fellow human beings who are willing to sacrifice in solidarity, but a solidarity, as you said, that has moral content. You see, solidarity is not the same. It's just interest-based coalition. It's not just about interest. You see, I'm concerned about you, not just because of my interest. You're a human being.
Right.
You see, I'm concerned about workers, no matter what color, because I care. I'm concerned. That's solidarity. If it's just a matter of what my interests are, and I calculate my interest is not to care about you, then I go another way. Hey, that's spiritually empty to me. It's just too narrow. But think of this. We know Birmingham itself was founded in 1871. Based on what? Bankers, railroad magnates, and steel mills. We are going to create a labor force that is non-unionized, that pits black and white workers against each other. Civil War is over. There's no Birmingham before the Civil War, right? I mean, so it's a different kind of South, right? It was industrial. So you see industrial capitalism already at work. And their aim was to what? Make sure profits are high, wages are low, and then fight against even the safety net for social services. Make sure those black and white folk going at each other tooth and nail. You know, 1871, brother. Just for you and I just to be shaking hands and things.
Right.
You get in a whole lot of trouble. Now, of course, there's an attempt to bring that back. I mean, that's part of what Trump is all about.
Right.
That's the fascism that we have to deal with. We have to be honest about that, call it for what it is. But I just say that the fact of coming into Birmingham, I can see on the one hand, those magnates, greedy bosses. And on the other hand, there's always been some courageous white and black sisters in Birmingham that tell the truth, organize against them, and push out of solidarity because they fight for something that's right and just and moral. That makes all the difference in the world.
And that's our heritage too. Not just Confederate
flags.
Right.
That's right.
That is our heritage too. That kind of interracial people power here in Alabama.
Right. That's exactly. But Fred Shuttleworth is as American as the Ku Klux Klan, and morally and spiritually, he is superior to the Ku Klux Klan, but they both are as American as apple pie.
Right. Right.
Very much so. Eddie Kendricks too. the great artist that he is coming out of Birmingham as well. But I just like to bring the culture and the music.
Oh,
in,
absolutely.
because you know how important that is
And,
too.
I just have to say, since we're sitting here, I'm a huge Sly Stone fan.
Oh,
Everyday people.
I was just with Sly's daughter. Sly's daughter 3 years ago. Everyday people.
So I do love that you bring that into the message.
Lord, you on top of it. You on top of it, Brother Adam.
So 10 years ago, you wrote a book that I highly recommend to our listeners, Black Prophetic Fire. And in it, you wrote, quote, that a new wave of young brothers and sisters of all colors see and feel that it is a beautiful thing to be on fire for justice, and that there is no greater joy than inspiring and empowering others, especially the least of these, the precious and priceless wretched of the earth. So I'm wondering now if you're seeing that wave of young brothers and sisters on fire for justice.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I wrote that before Ferguson. I wrote that right after Occupy movement. I wrote that just prior to the magnificent mobilization result to that public lynching of our dear brother George Floyd Jr. And, you know, on a very deep personal level, you could testify to this as well. As a freedom fighter, you have a joy in struggling for what is right. And that's different than any of the pleasures that the society has to offer you or myself. That's crucial. People need to know that the struggle's about joy. And joy is a fruit of love and compassion and care and concern. American culture is primarily about pleasure. That's why so much of the culture is a joyless quest for insatiable pleasure. You can get every kind of pleasure you want, you still don't have any joy. Because you don't have nothing on the inside. When you're struggling with people in the rain, I don't know how much snow you have here, but we had a whole lot of snow in Detroit, in the snow. So
right.
That's a joy. You're coming together. That solidarity is empowering you, taking you beyond just the routine of everyday life.
There's a human connection there.
That's
is just
exactly right.
That's unique, and that shared struggle builds relationships. And relationships is how we build progress.
That's exactly right, though, brother.
So, and I appreciate your emphasis on love.
Oh, yeah.
And the spiritual crisis that we experience in this country. And I'm more of a materialist kind of guy, and I try to look at things from that point of view, but I can't help but notice the spiritual yearning in this country and the despair in this country that people feel across partisan lines and geographic lines and racial lines. It just seems like a widespread. Hey. So looks like there were some problems with the video editing. It cut off the last few minutes of the interview, unfortunately, which is a total bummer. But I do have the original file still, so when we put this up on YouTube later this week, it will be the full interview. Our apologies for that.
Yeah, well, I thought it sounded good. You did a good job. I enjoyed the back and forth. I think, like you said, your feelings about his campaign for president, your mileage may vary there, but just as a rhetorician, as somebody who kind of speaks to some of the the morality of most working people, I think it was I think he's really good at that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I'm not a particularly religious person, but I really do respect his Christian message. And I think it's something that resonates with folks. I mean, I was really blown away, when folks found out I interviewed Cornel and met him in person. The diversity of the people who were excited about that was really remarkable. I mean, the people at the hotel were excited to see him. Right. People in my life, people that I hadn't heard from in years, people, white, black, Hispanic, older, younger, poor, middle class, like conservative even. And so that's interesting to me that he does seem to resonate with folks across, a lot of different lines. People who, are typical Joe Biden voters, but who nonetheless love, hearing Cornel on Real Time with Bill Maher, trying to talk sense into those people. And so, yeah, it's interesting to me. I really appreciate what he does in terms of uplifting a message of solidarity. I don't put a lot of stock into presidential politics, and so part of that is because I live in Alabama, frankly, and because of the nature of the Electoral College, my vote's not going to matter a whole lot, realistically. I do appreciate that there is someone to the left of Joe Biden who is running for president. I think it's important that there be alternative messages out there for folks because, for better or worse, presidential elections is how a lot of people first engage with politics. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, it's a lot of people's only engagement with politics. And so if nothing else, if people hear that there is a message out there of peace, that there's an alternative to ethnic cleansing and genocide and the war machine, there is an alternative to that, right? That there are people who believe otherwise. That there are people who believe in a mass movement, and that's where our power comes from, change coming from the bottom up, and building a mass working class movement that can bring pressure to bear upon our government. And so, yeah, those are some of my thoughts. Definitely stay tuned to the YouTube channel over the next week. We'll get the full interview up, and I appreciated the opportunity, and again, I just encourage folks to, keep an open mind, consider different alternatives. How you vote is up to you and where you live and your own circumstances. I think we've made it pretty clear on this program that, we don't put a ton of our energies into presidential politics, right? We vote, and we vote strategically, and we encourage other people to vote strategically. In a way that's going to best help or at least not hurt, working class people. And so, those are some of my thoughts about it. I really enjoyed the conversation. And I really am glad we got to talk a little bit about Alabama's heritage and the heritage of interracial organizing. Alabama has a really proud history, and it's not just Alabama, it's across the South. We have a proud history of white and black folks coming together around our common interest. We have a proud history of, white folks bucking the system, right, and joining with civil rights demonstrators. We have a proud history of folks risking their lives, their jobs, their reputations to try to transform the South, to bring the South into a better place for everybody. And that's really what I'm about. And so, anytime I get to spread that message, I'm grateful.
Yeah, and if folks are interested in some of that Alabama multiracial organizing history, mark your calendars for February 24th. We're going to be having Daniel Letwin, author of the book that I've been talking about on the show for the last few weeks, about Alabama's coal miners from 1880 to 1920. He talked about, the fact that Alabama's coal miners unions have always been interracial, even from 1878, where you were still kind of in the Reconstruction era. So politically, that it was there was a little bit of an opening there, even into 1901 and 1904 and 1910. Like, it was never not interracial, even as the Constitution was rewritten by white supremacists to disenfranchise black people. The UMWA never kicked out black folks from the union, and never barred them from all leadership positions. And so, I mean, it's a really cool history, and I don't want to romanticize it. I mean, there were some, obviously there were some things that we would find retrograde today, but for its time, it was very, very a remarkable project.
It really and had a militancy and a real focus on growing a movement, right? And at one point in Walker County, it was the most unionized county in the United States, thanks in large part to the efforts of the UMWA, who had organized even school principals. And And so that's, like you said, not to romanticize it, because obviously the labor movement has its own ugly history when it comes to race and gender. And so it's not as if those issues aren't out there. But I think it's necessary that we have a corrective to Southern heritage, right? And Southern pride. And that's so associated with Confederate imagery, with white supremacy, with, reactionary politics. Our state motto is literally, "We dare defend our rights." And now the folks who come up with that motto, of course, are referring to their rights to do evil. But we dare defend our rights to organize as working people. And so we are seeing that happening across the state, and they're scared.
Yeah.
Those ruling elites are scared. That's why we're getting the responses we're getting from Governor Kay Ivey, from the Business Council of Alabama, from other forces like that. Because, I think that there is, as we talk about all the time on this show, these last couple years, we've been in kind of the center of the storm right here in Alabama. We saw things really pop off with the pandemic coming to a close, or during the pandemic even. With the Amazon warehouse campaign, with the coal miners' strike in Alabama. We've seen the Starbucks campaign hit Birmingham, hit Scottsboro. And so the movement has continued to grow with active organizing campaigns happening across the state. The UAW, I think, has given everyone a shot in the arm. And I was just on a call yesterday with various community and labor leaders and activists, where we got to hear from a worker at the Hyundai plant, actually Gilbert, that you referenced earlier, as well as UAW organizer. And it was just, you could feel the energy that is coming from this, that the more we organize, the more we can organize, right? And it builds upon itself. And so, that's my theory of change, is that we as working people, when we come together around our common interest, we build that diverse people power, that we can transform things, that we can make things better. We've done it before in this state and in this country, and we definitely have to do it again.
Have we got anybody in the Zoom?
We do not.
Okay. Just wanted to check. Yeah, really enjoyed that conversation, and glad you were able to go down there and talk to Cornel. We are going to have somebody calling in at about noon to talk about Argentina and Millet, and then we are going to have Rick Smith call in at about 12:15 to talk about the Teamsters and Trump and all of this, and then we're going to have some time. We're going to go long today. We're going to have some time for folks to call in and give their thoughts. Won't spend too much time on the calls, but definitely want to give some folks some time to give their thoughts on the especially Teamsters to give their thoughts. And then
I heard some Teamsters may have opinions.
I heard some
I heard that could be happening. that Teamsters have opinions.
Could be the case. And then I want to make sure that we get to this. Like I said, we're going to go a little long today, but I want to play this Charlie Kirk clip in conjunction with a clip from the UAW's political convention of Sean Fain, because it's really good. That's going to take about 15 minutes, and we don't have 15 minutes before 12. So we're going to do another real short story before we talk to the fella from Argentina who's going to be calling in. And that is this TikTok about the 40-hour week and how it's bullshit. It's terrible. It's terrible. We shouldn't have to work 40 hours in a week. And if we are gonna if we're gonna do the 40-hour work week, the 9 to 5 thing, then we should actually only work 40 hours in a week, because everybody who works a 9 to 5 or works 40 hours in a week knows that actually, you're not only losing 40 hours. You're losing all of the time that it takes to get ready for work. You're losing all of the time that it takes to drive to work. You're losing all of the time it takes to eat lunch, because most people don't have paid lunches. You're losing all the time that it takes to get home. And then you're losing all of the time that it takes to decompress and not feel like crap, right? I mean, so the idea that the 40-hour work week is just that, everybody knows who actually has a job, a real job, knows that that's BS. And yet, people like Matt Walsh try to pretend that, this is a 40-hour work week is so great, and everybody who complains about it is a big fat baby. And so as we're gonna respond to that, but let's play the TikTok that Matt Walsh is responding to, and then we'll give our reaction to the TikTok, and then we'll see what Matt Walsh has to say. Let's play this.
Why is it that I have to work 40 hours a week just so I can have a place to live? 40 hours a week makes me $2,000 a month, and my rent is $1,660. So I work 40 hours a week so I can have a 2-bedroom apartment and an extra $300 a month. Like, it doesn't cover my phone, internet, food, So not only do I not have any extra money, but just working makes me so exhausted that I don't have time either. Like, I get off work at 5:30, come home, and I'm just so tired. I'm so tired that, anything that I need to do outside of work, I then just push off to, the weekend. And I'm like, I'm just too tired to do this after work. I'll wait until Saturday. So then I end up with so much to do on the weekend that ends up having to be split into 2 days. So I have to do stuff on both Saturday and Sunday. So then I don't get a day off. I don't get a day to relax. I don't get to decompress. So it is really like working 7 days a week, constantly. And I don't want to do that anymore, right? I don't care how poor and miserable I would have to be, but I literally can't have a place to live without this, I don't know what to do. I'm not made for this. I don't have the money, time, or energy to enjoy my life outside of work, and I don't know what to do about it anymore, I'm so tired.
So there you go. That's a really powerful, statement on our society, right? 40 hours a week for $2,000 a month. That's $24,000 a year. Now, presumably she's talking about just her net pay there. So maybe she's not making any more than $15 an hour. There's no way that you're bringing home that little money and only making making $15 an hour gross, right? And so the fact that anybody has to work, 40 hours in a week, and you're only able to take home $24,000 in a year, that is really the fundamental problem. And conservatives are gonna, point to, they're going to look at that and they're going to try to nitpick this or that thing, and they'll say, well, you shouldn't have a 2-bedroom apartment. You should pay less for rent. You should just make more money. You should get a better paying job. You should go and get skills. Or, on the really retrograde end, they're going to say, you should marry somebody and get in the kitchen, because that's what, that's what you're made for. Actually, you're not meant to, be a productive member of society or to do what you want to do. You're not meant to go out and work if you want to work, or make that decision for yourself, because staying at home, if that is your decision, is an empowering decision, I think, and is and would be a beneficial one for society, for either the man or the woman, or in homosexual couples, one or the other doing it would be beneficial for society. But that's not the way that society is set up. But people should have that choice, right? And she's saying that she doesn't have that choice, and she doesn't make enough money to have a good life and to to be comfortable, right? I mean, she's not asking for a lot, just to be able to have a decent place to live and to to have some time where she can enjoy her life. And if you work 40 hours a week, quote unquote, that really does take away a lot of your time to do anything else. And so a lot of people are feeling demoralized by the way that our society has set up working time. And, I saw somebody say on Twitter that, part of it could be the fact that, in service jobs, we are meant to do on top of the manual labor and the actual productive work that we're doing. We're meant to do this emotional labor on top of that. You can be a grumpy asshole coal miner, right? But you can't be a grumpy asshole grocery store worker, right? That's not part of the job. You've got to put on this cheery facade. And so that takes effort, right? If you spend 8 hours a day pretending that you're happy, that's labor. That is work, and it's difficult, right? And so it's going to drain people at the end of the day. And so the obvious response to that should be, you deserve more, right? You deserve more. Your life shouldn't be this difficult or this void of meaning and socialization and community and free time. You deserve more. You deserve more power to make these decisions over your life and to make those decisions in community with your fellow workers and people in that you're neighbors with. That should be the answer, right? That's the answer that makes sense. But that's not the answer that conservatives have. The answer that conservatives have, which I hope that they just continue with this, and it's actually very funny because it's very similar to the arguments that liberals have been making for the past couple of months as people felt the economic indicators were that people were feeling like the economy isn't good. And liberals were just going on about like, oh, you don't understand the numbers. The economy's actually really great. You're just too stupid to understand that, right? And so now, some of these TikToks are being made and some of them are going viral and getting dunked on by conservatives. And they're doing like the same thing. And here's what Matt Walsh had to say on Twitter. Honestly, boggles my mind that so many people think 40 hours of work a week is a lot. That leaves you at least 5 or 6 waking hours a day during the week to yourself and 2 full days on the weekend. How much more free time do you really think you should have? And the idea that, 5 or 6 waking hours a day during the week to yourself, that's not actually really my experience. That's not my experience. I don't know what other people have of a 40-hour work week, but I don't get 5 or 6 hours a day where I can just literally do whatever I want. There's other stuff. I have other commitments, or my time is being cannibalized by work, or, I have to do work around the house or whatever. Like, you don't actually get 5 or 6 hours, even that, to yourself. But the original demand was 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, and 8 hours for what you will. Now he's decreasing it to 5 or 6 hours. Of course, the reason you see women in these videos so often is that most women don't actually want to work professional careers at all, but they've been pushed this direction by society. But even so, we should be clear that taking care of children will mean working more than 40 hours a week. A lot more. Life is work no matter how you slice it. Suck it up and deal with it. So there you go. Very inspiring message from conservatives about how your life shouldn't be better. So, yeah, it's wild that, But well, there's a reason that the conservative economic philosophy is not popular.
Last I checked, we were Americans, which was supposed to mean life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Yep.
Doesn't sound like that's happening.
Nope. Have we got Bruno in the Zoom now?
We sure do, yeah.
Fantastic. So, like I said, we've got Bruno de Brusen in the Zoom. He is a union organizer with the transport workers, originally from Argentina, was a rank-and-file member of the Public Employees Union in Argentina, and worked for a decade with the Argentine Workers' Confederation, which was a left-wing labor federation that was created in the 1990s to fight neoliberal reforms. And he's currently with the International Transport Workers Federation. Bruno, welcome to the program. I appreciate you taking the time.
Hey, Jacob, good to be here. Big fan of the show. From far away, I've been listening to it occasionally, so a pleasure.
That's great. I didn't realize that you were familiar with the show. I reached out to, so I'm subscribed to the newsletter of Trade Unions for Energy Democracy, and they do good international stuff. And so they've been keeping me kind of, super broad strokes. I'm familiar with Millet. He's bad is kind of the gist, is my understanding. and so I reached out to them, and they put me in touch with Bruno. So it's great to hear that you're familiar with the show, at least a little bit. So can you give us some background before we talk about Millet? Can you give us some background on labor and organized labor's place in Argentine society, and what it's been like over the past several decades?
Yeah, so in many ways, I think Argentina is a bit of an exception to what we normally think about countries in the global south, where there's more informal economy and there is less unionized workers than maybe in Europe. Argentina has historically had very high union density. So even to this day, it's about 40% of workers, of formal workers, are unionized. That's very, very high, and it used to be as high as 60% in the late 1980s. It's kind of one of the legacies of Peronism, which is probably the most misunderstood movement in the history of the Americas, at least, because a lot of people associate it with fascism, but it's really a left movement that pushed for worker power. So even to this day, if you're a rank and file member or a shop floor steward in any Argentinian factory, you can stop the factory and call for an assembly of workers to have a discussion on any issue, and your boss cannot stop you. So it's one of the strongest countries with the labor movement that has a long history, with ups and downs, like always, but it's still to this day very, very important.
Right. And I know that I'm very, very passingly familiar with Peronism. I know that there's been a lot of that's just generally kind of been the left, the philosophy that most people on the left in Argentina are associated with. And I think that I'm not sure how familiar you are with like American history, but if I had to like place Peronism on a politician from American history, I would think like Huey Long, right?
Yeah, that's who I was thinking.
Yeah, there's some problematic stuff that some people in Peronism have done or say, but there's also some like really cool stuff, and so there's a mixed legacy, basically, we could say.
Exactly.
Does that kind of track with your understanding? I don't know. Are you familiar with Huey Long?
Yeah, so I think that's a good analogy. Maybe it's tough to say because I think the level of how expansive Peronism is. It's very difficult to find a working class person that does not at some point affiliate with Peronism in Argentina. They might be critical of certain moments, but overall there's this identitarian connection, which is huge. But yeah, definitely, I think it's a good comparison. I hadn't thought about it before, and it's an easy answer now when people ask me, because often, especially with the American crowd, there is this historic affiliation of Peronism with fascism, right? And it's very difficult to explain how. Yes, like Peron was, he was a fan of Mussolini, but the movement itself was not a fascist movement. There were even opposition parties, so it's a different kind of animal altogether. But I think that's a good example to take.
Yeah, I mean, I think I think with the warts included, I think America would be in a better place if like the mainstream of the Democratic Party was like, oh yeah, Huey Longism. I think that would be certainly a lot different. And even in Alabama actually has a politician that is not as good as Huey Long, But George Wallace, interestingly enough, and this history is not really well known, but after the Civil Rights Movement, George Wallace really kind of conceded and was in certain areas a champion of, you know, poor and working people. And I actually, there was a really just a fascinating interview with him on William Buckley's program, where Buckley is like lambasting him as, you know, basically a socialist because whatever. And George Wallace is like, you know, and this was in the 80s or something. And George Wallace is like, well, you know, look, if it makes me a socialist, that I think that, you know, grandmothers shouldn't be homeless on the street, then, you know, whatever, call me what you like. So
wow,
he really had a redemption arc that people aren't familiar enough with. Lots of black folks in his administration. Anyway, I don't want to bore you with the
you know, there's an interesting thing on
on
Peronism, just to add shortly. There's a really good book called Ambassadors of the Working Class. During Peronism in the 1940s and 1950s, they created these programs where every big embassy will have trade union delegates, will be labor attaches, basically. And the whole purpose of those attaches was actually to support organized workers in those countries. So you had embassies all over the world from Argentina that had labor attaches that were basically, in many cases, even shop floor stewards that had 3 months training, and they were sent as labor attaches to the embassies to support local organizing in the countries that they were supposedly being diplomats in. So
that is so
of
cool.
course, it created all kinds of tensions with different countries, including the Soviet Union, that said, get rid of these guys because like this is not gonna fly. But there are many interesting examples of how these labor attaches played an important role in struggles of people, especially in Central America and other South American countries.
Yeah, that's
It's
awesome.
called Ambassadors of the Working Class, the book. It's an English book. It's an Argentinian historian. Yeah.
And what was the name of the book?
The book is called Ambassadors of the Working Class, and the author is Ernesto Seman. I can send you the link. He was a professor at Richmond for a while.
Okay.
It's kind of anyways, an interesting story to connect.
Right. Yeah. No, I think that is interesting. I'm gonna have to get that book. I was corrected in the chat. The interview was from 1968, and that I was forgetting.
That would be
Jim
pre-redemption.
Folsom. Yeah, pre-redemption. Interestingly enough, but Jim Folsom was another one, kind of from Alabama in the Huey Long tradition. But getting a little bit sidetracked on the history of problematic politicians. Talk to us about Argentina's what was going on before this presidential election, where this really wacky guy was able to win the election on terms that in America we would call a landslide. I mean, it was like, what, 56-44? I mean, that's pretty big. And this is a really fringe kind of guy. What was going on that even made that possible?
Yeah, I wish I could explain it in a way that it makes sense, but everybody was shocked. It's one of those processes that I think similar maybe to when Trump started in the US or Bolsonaro in Brazil, that your first reaction is like, there's no way this guy can win. And then you start seeing how they grow, and there is a lot of accumulated frustration. And I think that's what had been happening in Argentina for many years. Just a lot of frustration, a very bad economic situation, very high inflation, 100% a year inflation, even higher some years. You can imagine that every time you go to the supermarket, you have to buy 2 or 3 products if they're on offer, because they're going to go up in price, maybe 10-15% by the next time you go. So that creates a lot of frustration. And this guy, basically, Milei is like, he's an outsider in many ways, but he's also an outsider that has been used by big capital. So for many years, he was the chief economist of one of the biggest corporations in Argentina. It's called Corporación América, which runs most of the airports. It's like a massive corporation. And they started giving him space in their news channels because he was very loud and, very attractive to be on TV, because the guy would basically just go unhinged and for hours about, how we need more freedom and anarcho-libertarian in all of its senses except when it comes to cultural things and social things. So he's anti-abortion, which is a huge contradiction. But anyway, so he really channeled that frustration. And I think nobody expected that he would win the second round by that much. Mind you, he did not win the majority in parliament. So in presidential system, you have that balance. So right now, he doesn't have a majority in parliament, and it's probably going to be one of the biggest possible roadblocks to his government. But I think just the socioeconomic frustration of 8 years of very high inflation, stagnation, just led people to be like, fuck it, let's go with the crazy guy. Sounds good. Let everything explode. I think that was somewhat the reaction, I would say.
You mentioned inflation and that, it could be as much as 10 to 15% higher the next time you go to the grocery store. What was inflation year over year at its peak?
So, for example, the year before the election, just to give you an idea, was 120% over year over year. Yeah. So even imagine, and I say this from the union side, all your collective bargaining becomes a monthly renegotiation with your employer to be like, we got to update the terms. And you start signing collective bargaining agreements that have monthly updates, and everything else is just like, every worker is pissed off at the union because they're like, we just lost 10% of our wage. Like, what the heck are we doing? It's just a constant stress. So I think this guy channeled that stress really well, Milei, and just said, here's my solution. We're going to dollarize the economy and you're going to get stability. I think that was more than freedom. It was stability, what he sold as the solution. Ironically, since he has been in power, inflation has exploded even more because he deregulated everything. And now you have even more instability in the country.
I think his biggest thing was dollarizing the economy. That seemed to be the thing that convinced the most people. If I'm reading the situation correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that dollarizing the economy seemed to attract a lot of people. Can you explain what that means and why it is probably bad?
It's terrible. Like, you can even look at the countries that have done it. It's not like, when you ask anyone, very few countries in the world have dollarized their economy. So for many years, because of this high inflation, a lot of especially like the middle class in Argentina, middle and middle upper class, they go to the dollar as the alternative. If you want to save some money, you buy dollars because you know that currency will continue to devalue eventually. So if you want to save some value, you buy dollars. So there's already a big presence of the dollar in the society. Apartments, houses are bought and sold in dollars, for example. Now, dollarizing the whole economy will be politically and economically suicidal, basically. Politically, because you lose any capacity to have your own national policy. You depend on the U.S. central, like the Federal Reserve, basically. You kind of give in, and all of your monetary policy is gone in just that moment. Economically, it's terrible because to do it in Argentina and in any country, you will need to have very high reserves, and therefore people's wages you will have to devalue a lot the currency of what they're at in order to dollarize. So people's wages will go from, let's say today the average wage is $500 a month. It will go to less than $100 a month if they were dollarized. So it's dangerous in many ways, but because the situation has been so volatile, for many people it sounded like, okay, yeah, give me stability. I want, if I have dollars, things are gonna be more stable, even though you will have way less and you'll be able to afford a fourth of what you can afford today in general, food, of everything. But that was a pitch. It was so unrealistic that he already withdrew it, the Milei. He's not talking about it anymore.
And, just to underscore that, you would take away a lot of your national sovereignty in your monetary program if you're not, the ones printing the currency. And just to help folks understand, in America, one of the reasons that we are able to fund, some of the things that we are, Medicare and Social Security, and go into debt to do it, run a deficit, is because we control our own currency in the United States. The United States controls its own currency, so it is able to print money when it needs to. And so think about the idea of outsourcing that ability and to another country without having any democratic say over that country. I mean, it's just a bizarre kind of proposal, it seems. Like you have no democratic authority.
Yeah.
Like
also think about which country and what's the role of that country historically in your region.
Right.
So U.S. imperialism has a historic role. But the joke in Latin America is, why has the U.S. never had a military coup? Because they don't have a U.S. embassy. So just to give you an idea, like with that historic role, obviously that is also that political element that why are we going to concede to the country that in most people's mind has been also very responsible for a lot of the problems, not all of them, but a lot of them.
So dollarizing the economy, bad. Okay, he's now president, and he has been trying to enact a really sweeping amount of change. And as an American, it's kind of mind-boggling to me, because the amount of things that he is trying to do, and like signing executive orders or whatever they call it in Argentina to do, is just so beyond the scope of what we imagine, of what our president at least purports to have the power to do. Like even, I mean, a Donald Trump or Joe Biden would never, and have never at least done anything unilaterally as sweeping as Milei is doing in Argentina, or is trying to do. What are the things that he's trying to do in Argentina, and what's the response been?
Yeah, so it's basically he's trying to govern by decree. And it's ironic because for someone that got to power with freedom and, democratic freedoms as an important part of their platform, that's obviously a contradiction. But it has to do with the fact that he has a very small minority in parliament. So he's trying to, put parliament aside and govern by decree. So what he's trying to do, he's trying to deregulate everything he can. Anything that has some kind of regulation. So, for example, domestic flights. In Argentina, there's a regulation that says you cannot charge more than a certain amount, and you have like a minimum and maximum fares for flights. And we have a national airline. He's trying to privatize that airline and deregulate prices. Privatizing every state-owned company. Doesn't matter if it's productive, if it's good, if it works, if it's bad. And mind you, we already privatized a lot of them in the 1990s with a previous neoliberal government. We renationalized them in early 2000s, and now he's trying to privatize them again. So those are like just a few things. Labor-wise, it's probably one of the core things that he wants to do is destroy this arrangement by which unions have so much power in Argentina. So he's trying to basically take away most of the rights that people have, labor rights, but also the unions have. The equivalent will be he's trying to bring in right to work countrywide. Right to work legislation is probably one of the core things that he's trying to do. And that's why there was also the quickest general strike ever called in Argentina happened a week ago, where millions of people mobilized in the streets, and it was a general strike where everything stops for a day. No transport, no nothing.
And his response to that, because he's freedom-loving and anti-authoritarian, was super supportive of people's right to protest and engage in democratic action, right?
Yeah, no, of course not. No. So this is a guy that he actually probably his anti-labor positions is one of the strongest things he has. One of his strongest beliefs is that unions are distorting the market, so they shouldn't exist. The thing is that even with a lot of controversy, still unions have a lot of legitimacy with working class Argentinians. So he's kind of threading very, like, he's trying to not piss off that many people, by attacking unions out front. But you know from who he named in the Ministry of Labor and all of that they're trying to destroy as much of that power. So what did he do with the general strike? Was basically trying to paint everybody that was striking as part of the labor aristocracy. These are the people that have rights, and that these are the upper caste in our society that have rights and that don't want to lose it. And we are representing he calls them Argentinos de Bien, which is like noble people, you could say. And the noble working people are with us, and the kind of aristocratic folks that don't want to give up their rights are with the unions. That's how he tried to paint it, but it didn't really work. And I think it actually has strengthened the unions that he's taken that approach.
Interesting. And so, there was a general strike and repressive actions from the government to try to stop that. You said that he did not win a majority in Parliament. Does the Peronist coalition have a majority in Parliament?
Nobody has. Yeah, right now nobody has a majority. So that's a big difference. Is we have proportional representation, which means that it's kind of difficult to get a full majority for one party. You always have to not work in a coalition, but you need to negotiate every vote. So no, they don't have one, and neither the Peronists. And right now they're basically trying to negotiate what happens with this omnibus bill that he tried to put forward. Because of the general strike, all of the articles that had to do with labor have been withdrawn from the omnibus bill, because any bloc that was willing to negotiate with him have said after the general strike, we're not going to touch that. We can negotiate other things, but not on the labor thing. So that was a huge win for unions.
Yeah.
That at least they're not going to be, for now. I think he's going to keep on trying. This is also, I think, something about Milei that I find very different from maybe Trump or Bolsonaro, which are like two other comparisons, is that people in your life that could be like Trump or like Bolsonaro, like the right-wing uncle who, it's out there, and at the Christmas dinner, you always have fights. Right. Nobody knows a guy like Milei in real life. It's like a creation it's like a cartoonish creation in a way. You know how he almost has no friends. He has no political relationships with anyone. And he spent the last week of the election just denying that he does not have a romantic relationship with his sister. He speaks to his dead dogs, who are his main advisors. And this is it sounds crazy, but this is all documented. Like, he doesn't deny it. So what this means politically is that it's someone that is very difficult to even have an idea how you will approach a government like this. So
right, you're not dealing with a rational actor.
Not at all. Yeah, not at all. So we won the day maybe after the general strike in terms of those articles are out of the law, but they could come back anytime. And there is absolutely no, if you had asked me what's going to happen in 4 months or in 2 months, I don't know. It's totally unpredictable.
Right. Okay, well, that was going to be my question. What can we expect to see? But I guess we're just going to have to get you on in 2 months and tell us what happened.
Sure. I think for sure we're going to get a lot of resistance. So I think another perhaps big difference is that it is a very mobilized country. People are going to rally, people strike. Going on strike is very common. We also have very friendly legislation to strikes. You can do solidarity strikes. You don't need to be collective bargaining to go on strike. So I think there will be a lot of conflict, social conflict. People will rally, occupied, and I think the government will probably react with a lot of police repression. So I think things are going to get more tense. But again, yes, where is it going to go? I don't know. Sometimes I wish the worst.
Yeah, what's the best place for an English speaker to read about what's going on in Argentina?
For an English speaker, so I think, let me think. There's an English newspaper called the Buenos Aires Times. That it's a liberal newspaper. It's not liberal in, I guess it means different things. Let's say it's like a centrist newspaper. But you can. They're, from what I've seen, they're mostly critical of Milei, so you will get a good grip of things in there. yeah, I think that's probably the best place to go for English speakers.
All right. Bruno, I really appreciate your time. It was great.
Yeah,
gonna
really,
have to get you back on.
Really enjoyed this, learned a lot, and just know that a lot of us here are internationalists. We send our love and solidarity to the working class of Argentina, and we are very sorry for the president that you have, and we wish you all the luck. You need it in fighting this fight.
Thank you, guys. Well, I appreciate it. And so are we. We are internationalists. The way I connected with the show was because I think there was an organizing drive in, was it Amazon or Volkswagen a couple of years ago? I can't remember which one it was.
No, yeah, it was Amazon and Bessemer.
Amazon, and you guys did quite a few specials on it. So anyways, people asked me to do a presentation, so I went to your show as a source.
Great. Well, fantastic. Glad
Awesome.
you found
Thank
us.
you so much. And
all right, guys, it's a pleasure to be here.
All right, brother.
Keep up the fight.
Soon.
Take care.
That's great. Yeah, we're gonna have to get him back on. He was could have talked to him even longer, but we got more stuff to get to.
I really
do more stuff.
Really enjoyed him a lot, and it's great to hear the response from labor, being organized, being able to shut down the country, already getting some concessions from someone who is clearly, like I said, not a rational actor, and just a bizarre reactionary. And it's a shame that this person got elected. It is, but hopefully, if workers can continue to organize and unite, they can make the best of it until they can get him out of there.
Yeah. So we have one more guest today. Really heavy on the guest today, but I think it's been good. Rick Smith of the Rick Smith Show. Every weeknight you can find his program at on 8 Central at Free Speech TV. You can also find him on the radio on stations across the country. He's a Teamster and he's been doing this for a long time. Rick Smith, welcome to the program.
Jacob, Adam, good seeing you guys.
Good talking to you. Been meaning to get you on the program for a while because you're doing a very similar thing to us just over in Pennsylvania, and so I figured I've seen your continued commentary on what's been going on with the Teamsters, and you being a Teamster yourself, I figured that you'd be as good as anybody to ask to come on to talk about it. Before we get to that, really, we'll have time to talk about it. Just really quick, can you talk to us about how you came to, be doing what you're doing, being on the radio and being on TV as a union member, as a Teamster?
Long story short, 2004, John Kerry blows an election. We end up with George Bush as president again. I take a job transfer to central Pennsylvania, which is the supposed Alabama of Pennsylvania. And it's culture shock. My truck driver buddies are all saying, hey, we don't need this stinking union. We'd make more money if we didn't have a union here. And just basically regurgitating a lot of what they were hearing on talk radio. So our goal at the time was to add a little balance, talk about worker issues from a worker's perspective, and hold politicians accountable for the things that they were telling us but not doing in the halls of power. And here we are 19 years later, still doing the little program on 50 stations across the country, the Free Speech TV show, we're a Talkers 100 program. Couldn't imagine we would have done as well as we've done thus far, but it's all about getting out and just talking about everyday working class kitchen table issues. For me, that's the bottom line.
And do you still work your job, or is this now full time?
Yes.
You're doing this full time.
No, this is a hobby. I say all the time, I'm on a list of the top 100 talk shows in the country. 95 of them hate working people, but this is a passion. We're just 3 fire-breathing do-gooders who want to change our little piece of the world.
Well, there you go. That's a very, very familiar story to us, but we don't do it daily. So hats off to you for doing that while working. We all have jobs, but we just do this on the weekends. So appreciate your work on that front, and being top 100 radio programs in the country is no small feat, especially when the atmosphere is it's reactionary and it's opposed to everything that we stand for.
And it's all corporate. I mean, the idea is, look, I know a lot of these talk show hosts across the country. I don't buy that they believe what they spew. It's about the sale. It's about making money. It's about putting money in their pocket. And I'll be honest, I take pride in the fact that we're the least funded program out of those 100 because this is hobby level kind of stuff for us, but we're doing it at a level where the industry has noticed that we do a really good job. But more importantly, look, this is about giving working people some bit of a voice and having some bit of power that they don't have currently. For me, being a union member is more than just getting good wages, great health care, a retirement package so that when I get older I can live a little bit. It's about empowerment. It's about being more than just, hey, I'm doing well financially, in my household I'm doing better. It's about having empowerment at work. It's about being empowered in society and saying, hey, I want better conditions at work and in the public square for everybody else. So look, when I come out against something that my union has done, it's not that I'm against my union. Look, I've gotten tons of email from people around the country who are going, what, are you going to turn anti-union now? And I'm like, no, this is about holding my union accountable. This is what democracy looks like. You guys know this as well as anyone. So for me, coming out and talking about this stuff, wherever you are, is important to say, hey, I'm not happy with this decision. I think it's pretty bad.
Yeah, well, and you mentioned that, and there is a real strain in the labor movement of disinclination for critique, right? And doing this and being in this kind of milieu. I've talked to, I don't talk to just a whole lot of generic talk show hosts, but I talk to a lot of, people who have labor programs on radios or who do podcasts and stuff. And it's not an uncommon story that, they'll have an opinion or something and then they'll get a bunch of shit from the union, right? Then the union will come and maybe they'll pull funding from the program if they were funders, or maybe they'll try to, try to badmouth them in this or that different place and try to just kind of break down the show. And it seems to me that, this is a good segue because it seems to me that on the right, there is in the media a much higher tolerance for disagreement, and your funding is not going to get pulled if you're a right winger who prefers Nikki Haley to Donald Trump. You're gonna toe the line eventually, but you can say whatever you want, and as long as you continue generally to hew to the message, then you're still going to have a radio show. But it seems like the left and even liberals in the labor movement, that tolerance is just not there, and you can see you can see the effects of that. 95 of the top 100 talkers in the country are reactionary, or at least spew reactionary talking points on the radio, and we have zero presence almost on the radio and on TV. And it's not because the money's not there, right? The money is there. Unions every election cycle spend, hundreds of millions of dollars on advertisements. And that's not even talking about Democrats or people or folks who, generally should be on our side, or liberals or left wingers. And we're just talking about political spending, right? And so the money's there, but it doesn't go to fund long-standing media projects for
there's no infrastructure.
People. Yeah.
No, you're spot on. Look, we could spend weeks of shows on this topic. I've got 19 years of playing this back and forth. And the comment I always come up with.
The AFL-CIO should look at you and say, this guy should not be working. He should be doing this as a full-time job, and then give you the money to do that. And you'll be the, top 5 talkers in the country in the next year.
I'm going to make you my PR guy.
Right, yeah. Well, I mean, seriously, how do people not see, people with the power for the purse strings, that hold the purse, see folks like you who are doing the work and getting the recognition and being successful and be like, let's take him to the next level. Like, that's just, I don't know, it's bonkers to me.
Well, no, I say all the time, and it comes down to Democrats fall in love, Republicans fall in line. We waste a lot of resources chasing dreams and hopes. You look at someone like Amy McGrath was never going to win in Kentucky. Jamie Harrison was never going to win in South Carolina, but we spent hundreds of millions of dollars on those races. The right doesn't do that. They know how to herd cats. And they do that by having funding available to keep people in line, which is why you're seeing so many people falling in line behind Donald Trump. The moneyed interests know where this is all going and what they are going to get out of it. And they're going to get someone who is going to be anti-worker. It's that simple. And this thing with O'Brien and the Teamsters, having this daytime drama as the Teamsters turn, going down to Mar-a-Lago and having the secret rendezvous, and then a couple of days later coming out with hey, we're going to give the RNC $45,000, and hey, we're going to have a big coming out party at the headquarters. While that's all going on, I think this is an excellent opportunity while the Teamsters are platforming Trump and saying, hey, we're thinking about it, to maybe go back and look at just how bad this guy was. I mean, I know we've got the attention span of gnats sometimes, but his labor record was horrible. I mean, the guy was just on every level bad, from the people that he put into regulatory positions to Neil Gorsuch on the Supreme Court that made the entire country a no rights at work country for public sector workers, to his talk of I want retribution and revenge against government workers and Schedule F coming around. There's so much here to talk about, so much fertile ground that, attacking O'Brien, that's a waste of time. The attack should be on, I don't even know why you're talking to him, based on what his record is. Right. And his record is horrible.
And what is, and I know that you've seen the news that now, I don't know if the donation was made or if the GEB approved it, but O'Brien and Zuckerman are recommending a $45,000 donation to the Republican National Committee. And,
again, Trump is a good con man. So you have the secret rendezvous down in Mar-a-Lago. You got them going down. I look at the two pictures. You take the picture the Teamsters put out and the picture that Trump put out. You got the Teamsters picture that looks like a hostage video. O'Brien standing there, he's got this look on his face like he doesn't know what's going on. But the Trump one, everyone's got thumbs up.
Right.
So my thought is the Trump picture is O'Brien going down there to cheat on his wife. And then the picture that the Teamsters put out were, I cheated on my wife. I got caught. And now you got the $45,000, which was the con that came out of it. This is a soap opera. And again, my problem is when we get tied into this, we don't talk about just how bad Donald J. Trump was as a president.
Right. It is wild to think that we're going to spend $45,000, give to the RNC, and I am not opposed to, where it makes sense, endorsing Republicans, especially on a local level.
Teamsters do it all the time.
Right. And so there's an argument there. But at the national level, the Republican National Committee, it just does not make sense. But even the fact that this is even being talked about, I'm on a conservative station, is one of the stations that we are on. And so I go and do, guest spots once a week on one of those shows. And, they seem to think, or they at least pretend to have the idea that that unions are just for no reason at all tied to the Democratic Party, and it's not for no reason.
She's right there. This is right. If I could just jump in here, and I don't mean to cut you off.
No.
What you are doing is the most important part of all of this, because the fight is not in the church. The fight is not sitting with the person next to you in the pew, not reading out of the same hymnal. The fight is all those people on the right, all those people who have been trained by 40 years of right-wing talk radio dominance, by those folks who have been brainwashed by cable news and all of this anti-worker, anti-union propaganda that corporate America has just jammed down our throats. You're doing the right work. You're going where the fight has to be, and you're talking to the people who have to be talked to. I applaud you, man. Good stuff.
Well, I appreciate it. I try. I hope it's not in vain. And but one of the things that they just pretend to think that it's for no reason that unions are allied with the Democratic Party, and stuff like this really puts the lie to that, because there are so many union leaders that would love to be able to play footsie with the Republicans more often, but they can't because the Republicans want to destroy us. Like that, if more people even half pretended a little bit to just not want to destroy organized labor, there would be a million of these meetings all over.
No, you're absolutely right. Look, we run the hashtag Republicans hate working people. Look at what they do. All you have to do is look at what they do. And I've been on the air now 19 years. I keep asking, find me a piece of legislation that a Republican legislator has come forth with, that a Republican legislature has passed, and a Republican governor, president, anyone has signed into law that solely benefits working people. That's going to make my buddy to my right, my buddy to my left, going to make their lives better, going to put more food on their kitchen table, keep a roof over their head. And in 19 years, no one has come forth with that wonderful piece of legislation. And I want them to, more than anything. But what we do get from Republicans are massive tax cuts for the very wealthy. And the only thing the Trump people were able to do is, well, that Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, you may remember some of that, where 83% of the benefit went to the top 1%. Remember that?
Right.
And that anything that you or I would have gotten is already sunsetted. Let's talk about what's real, not what's the narrative is and what the pretend world is. What's real is working people have been screwed and suffering for a long time. And it's about time we got somebody in the White House who actually understands that, which is why I'm a big supporter of Joe Biden.
So there have been a few different reasons that people are kind of speculating about why this is happening, and there's been a lot of pushback. Is it just that O'Brien is just actually a Republican who thinks that workers should have more money? Is that it? Is he trying to play to the not insignificant portion of Teamsters members who are Republicans? Or is he just feeling like he sees the way the winds are blowing? He doesn't think that Biden is going to have a shot at all, and so he doesn't want to throw good money after bad, and he wants to try to make as nice with Trump as he can, since he thinks that Trump is going to be the president eventually. What do you have any insight into what the thinking is here?
I was told at the beginning by some of the folks that I know that feed me information that this was kind of a last second, that the trip down to Mar-a-Lago was just kind of a, hey, spur of the moment kind of thing. Wasn't an awful lot of political thought put into it. But there is the idea that they're just crossing the T's and dotting the I's. And that's been the face of what O'Brien's been saying. And look, there's something to be said for a candidate, just not Donald Trump, given how bad he has been. And I think John Palmer, one of the international VPs, in his letter masterfully laid out why our own Teamsters Constitution says that meeting should have never happened. But go down to the rest of what Palmer had to say. The fact that he, as president, was just horrible in every way, shape, and form for working people in this country. Why you would platform him is beyond me, given what we know that he did and what he said he's going to do. And I don't know if you've been watching the war between Trump and Sean Fain over at the UAW that seems to be ramping up. Let me give President O'Brien a glimpse into his future. That's going to be you if you endorse Joe Biden. That's coming.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's going to, this is going to, if they endorse Trump, this is going to be Patco all over again. They're going to feel like, oh, I endorse Trump, he's going to give me a pass, and they're going to try to strike the rails or at UPS, and Trump is going to really lay the hammer down. It's
yeah. See, I'm not going to go with that because I understood why the Teamsters in 1980 endorsed Reagan. I got it. You can make an argument for that. Carter signed trucking deregulation, which destroyed the trucking industry. Completely get that. We're talking about a known entity who was horrible to working people, and you're platforming them again. This would be like going the Teamsters endorsing Reagan in 84. Right. This would be that kind of a moment. I got 80, 84, not so much.
There's been some backlash, and you mentioned Palmer's letter, and it just seems like the more that this is like the second or third meeting that they've had, and the more that this stuff comes out, the less and less, legs you have to stand on. It seems like, because the first meeting you could say I'm dotting my T's and crossing my I's, and it would have even been, it seems to me, a good like propaganda value if it had been public, right? If you had televised this and it was a big forum filled with Teamsters members, there could really be some educational value there potentially, but all of this in secret and all, it just doesn't make sense to me. But there's been a lot of backlash, and on Twitter, Evan Sutton made a really good point that probably 90% of the people who donate to Drive are left of center, are liberals or left-wingers. And if they make this $45,000 contribution, or if they endorse Trump, that's going to be very detrimental to the ability for the Teamsters to fundraise in the future.
Yeah, and here's a problem I have with this, and you as a union leader understand this. I'm not advocating for that. I've had people email me, go, I'm going to stop paying my dues, and I'm going to not do this, and That's not how this works. How this works is we do what we're doing here. We express our anger, our outrage, and we tell our leadership what it is we want. We don't take our ball and go home. We stand and we fight. We've got into this world of silos too soon and too long. You stay in there and you fight. And oh, by the way, once you stop paying your dues, you don't get to vote. So if you want to throw the bum out, you don't get to do that.
Right.
So for me, I say you stay in, you make your voice heard. Far down the line, maybe you think but way down the line. Right. This is way too soon for that. Or at least that's my thought.
Well, no, in his defense, he wasn't talking about not paying dues. He was talking about not contributing to the PAC, right? And so that seems to me to be a little bit different. But do you think that any of this pressure is being felt in DC?
Oh, it's being felt.
Headquarters? Okay.
I think it is being felt. Look, the reality is they're going to go back out to their membership, and their membership is going to tell them. And they're politicians like anyone else. In a couple of years, they're going to have to stand for re-election, and they had a really big win coming out of UPS. They did a really great job. Look, I voted for Sean O'Brien. I voted for these guys to come in and be the militant leaders that they are. Sometimes they stumble. Sometimes they make a mistake. This is a pretty big one. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. I am not thrilled with platforming Donald Trump on any level, but I think you learn. I think he's going to get some blowback, and I think ultimately they're going to do the right thing. But for me, looking at it from a political stance, I think this could be a positive in doing this. And I think I said it earlier. This could be a moment where we have an opportunity as a movement, now that there's all this attention on Trump courting labor, to go, okay, Donald, what did you do? What was your record? To me, that's the big part of it.
Yeah, justify your MSHA nomination, your MSHA nominee that killed the silica dust regulation, and who is now, undoubtedly directly responsible for the deaths of at least dozens of coal miners, right?
Oh yeah, we can spend all day bringing up names.
Right. And so, yeah, like I said, I think there would be a lot of educational value to a forum like that if you publicize it and you get done, just read off everything. Say like, okay, you did this. Why should a union member trust you? Okay, you did this. Why should he, that would be great. But all this secret stuff is just, it doesn't make sense to me.
My favorite one was Cheryl Stanton. Yeah, I know nobody remembers who Cheryl Stanton was, but that's who they put in charge of the Department of Labor's wage and hour division. Their job is to make sure that you don't get your paycheck stolen from you. They go after wage theft. Only she was guilty of wage theft.
That's great. Talk about putting foxes in charge of the hen house. Good grief. It's amazing how brazen they are with it. But Rick, I appreciate it. I appreciate your time. I've enjoyed it. Gonna have to get you back on sometime and keep up the good work. I appreciate having you out on the airwaves, and yeah, talk to you soon.
Jacob, Adam, appreciate it, guys.
Yep.
Thanks, brother.
Solidarity, brothers.
Solidarity. Our lines are open, 844-899-TVLR, 844-899-8857 if you want to call in. We've got a caller on the line already from a 510 area code. Let's go ahead and bring them into on the air and see what they've got to say. 510 area code. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Hey y'all, Solidarity from Oakland, California. My name's Kat and I work at UPS. I'm a part-timer and a shop steward in Teamsters Local 70 at the airport here.
Kat from California. Welcome to the program. What's on your mind?
Yeah, just following up from the conversation that just transpired. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that Trump is a celebrity billionaire who has every interest to attack the economic and political gains that workers have made through struggle for decades and centuries in this country. I think we can be objective about that. At the same time, you know, like a lot of my part-time coworkers at the airport, I ask them about this stuff and they say, oh, well, the economy has gotten worse under Biden and like Trump gave us those stimulus checks. And so maybe I'll try voting for Trump again. At our local union hall, when we were talking about O'Brien meeting with Trump, a lot of the people who are active enough to show up to the local meetings were kind of taken in by this argument of like, oh, well, maybe Trump is going to be president, so we just have to play our cards right and make sure that Sean O'Brien has a seat at the table. And I know that also there's other parts of the country where a lot of workers are more actively in support of Trump in larger numbers. And I think the brother who was just on correctly identified that that's because there's a lot of lies out there in the mainstream media that cause people to think that Trump is going to be better when he's not. But overall, it speaks to the real need for actual political leadership. And if Sean O'Brien is going to these meetings under the pretext that actually the only way that we can make gains as workers is to play our cards right and to cozy up to these leaders, whoever's going to be the next president, that is misleadership. That is misleading the people. And I don't think that there's like no possible other futures that we can put on the table in front of people. Like I really agree with what Tobias said in the chat that we need unions to form a national political party. I think we could even go beyond that. Like I think that there's a need for us who are militants in the union to start organizing around building a labor party in this country. And I think that putting forward like that kind of possibility in front of people, that we don't have to just keep ping-ponging back and forth between these two parties that are controlled by the ruling class and are never going to act in our long-term or often even our short-term interests, is like the only way forward. I think that we can do better than that, and that people will get behind it if there's an organized group of leaders, especially from the grassroots, working people who are involved in their unions, who can strategize amongst ourselves, put forward a compelling program, and show up to fight for it. Like, I don't think we should see that as like pie in the sky. And if Sean O'Brien isn't there to take the lead on that kind of thing, then we can do it ourselves. But, you know, he's in a position of power to where if he, you know, spoke up and said, hey, Trump's going to be president and that's not going to be in our best interest, and we need to take a stand and like not just donate money to like the RNC, people would listen to him, you know, but he chose not to use that platform. And I think that speaks volumes, honestly. So
I
that's what I got to say.
Thank you so much for calling in. And I definitely have some response there after you, Jacob.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I agree with a lot of what you said, and I think that really the labor Seans I think are kind of distinguishing themselves, and I think that Sean Fain is really proving to be much more kind of politically coherent leader when it comes to these issues, and the most recent thing, some people have a problem with the Biden endorsement, but I still think that even given that, and even if you consider that a detriment, I think that Fain has just been a better educator on these issues, but the issue is that both of them have built have kind of built the clout for them to be able to make this argument, right? By leading these two, very successful contract campaigns that saw gains for, hundreds of thousands of workers across the country, right? These two people are uniquely capable of speaking to working people and educating them about, the issues that affect them and how they can make change. And I think Sean Fain has just done a really great job. He has veered into politics, and I think that by and large everything that he's saying factually is true. And so the conclusion that you draw maybe is different, but he's saying true things. But then in addition to that, he's not emphasizing the politics, right? He's emphasizing and he's constantly reminding people that you're going to make your life better by organizing on the shop floor and through your union, right? You're not going to, by and large, you're not going to, you're not going to get a savior at the ballot box, right? And so we need to build our power, and that's been his emphasis. He's really doing kind of the Chomsky political thing, right? Chomsky says, look, whatever. It's once every 4 years, you vote for a Democrat, and then you go and do other stuff. That's what Sean Fain is doing. And he's really, I think he's educating a lot of people while he's doing it. And it does seem to me that Sean O'Brien is kind of abdicating some amount of ability to lead there. Adam?
Yeah, I wanted to kind of touch on that because I do think that these conversations about an independent labor party are important. We've had some efforts before. We've covered some of those efforts on the show, actually. If you want to go back to our archives and check that out, Mark Dudzik was involved in the Labor Party in the 90s. Chris Townsend, we speak to on a regular basis. In fact, Chris just posted something yesterday that is totally relevant to this conversation. I'm just going to borrow from this. He said labor's political action is as failed as ever. Low-octane labor leaders soaking up Biden's delusional pronouncements and getting a photo op for unlimited funding of the Dems. Trump systematically moving among the conservative and opportunist union bigs looking to make deals. Nobody wants to talk about the sad fact that Trump polls incredibly high among many union members, sometimes majority support. Do the union leaders confront this head on by running mass campaigns of trade union and political education among the union membership? Of course not. If these facts bother you, please don't spend too much time looking at the unorganized 90% of the workforce. Hold your union leaders to account. Confront them, expose their inaction, support their opponents who do want to do something about this. Run against them yourself. We are careening into a calamity. Remember that they make huge salaries with lush benefits and too good to be true retirement benefits. You don't have any of that. Your behind is on the line here, not theirs. And so, Chris has some harsh words, obviously, there. I think he's speaking to something our caller just mentioned, which is you go to the shop floor and you're going to run into Trump supporters. Mm-hmm. That's a dynamic we have to deal with. It's a problem we have to deal with because, as our caller pointed out, as all of us have pointed out today, objectively, Trump is worse for working people. He is a bad choice for working people, right? He has nothing positive to offer working people. That's just reality. We have to educate folks on that. And the fact that there are workers who are following Trump is an indictment on us and our failure to organize working people. And I believe we have to build a working class mass movement, the scale of which we haven't seen since really the 1930s. But not in a way that is totally... We have to have independent political power, right? if we strategically are voting for Joe Biden in swing states in 2024 because it keeps Trump out of office, so be it. That would be my idea. If I lived in a swing state, I would certainly do that. I don't, and therefore I'm free to vote my conscience and know that my vote will matter for diddly squat. However, I think having the independent political power, having a movement that is strong enough to influence politicians of both parties and to extract concessions from politicians, right? It's easy to romanticize the New Deal Democrats of the 30s, but, we didn't get the New Deal because FDR was a nice guy and just thought a lot of us, right? We had power. We had mass movement, people power that was able to win for working people. That's what we need. And I do think having, that independent political power is important. There were a lot of third-party efforts in the 30s, even during this period of, dominance with the New Deal Democrats. There's always a need for radicals to push the movement. We wouldn't have had a successful movement in the 1930s if it wasn't for radicals, right? And a lot of times we see in our movement, the establishment is pushing radicals out of the movement. And so, there's a lot more we could get into there. I know we've got some other callers on the line, so I want to get them on the air as well.
Am I still on the line?
You are still on the line. I didn't
great.
cut you off in case you wanted to have a response.
Yeah, just one last comment, then I want to let some others speak. But going back to the fact that a lot of people have been taken in by Trump, I think that's a failure on us. It's also, I think, an indication that people more and more are not really buying the line that Democrats are pro-labor or that Democrats are better, and that increasingly this idea that we just need to vote for the less evil candidate is not really holding sway over people. And so to some degree, I think Sean Fain and Sean O'Brien are kind of tailing that a little bit. They're playing this game because they know they can, because they know that there is that mass discontent. And I do think that they could go further and people would rise up in support. But if you don't really try to push the envelope, then you're not going to be able to figure out what forces are going to stand up behind the line that you're putting forward. So those are my thoughts. I also want to mention, I think I forgot to mention at the beginning of my call that I'm also a member of Teamsters Mobilized. Really glad to be working with the folks in that group, and encourage other Teamsters to reach out if they want to get involved.
Thanks for the call, Kat.
Really appreciate it. Stay
you.
involved. Keep pushing. That's how we're going to make a difference, is we need people everywhere organizing inside our unions, inside all of these institutions, just in the community. We've got to be pushing for positive change because, the status quo just ain't working. And that's where I enjoyed the conversation with Rick Smith, but there again, I get the same kind of whiplash that I got at the AFL conference a couple weeks ago. It's like all this, but then we're just going to defend Joe Biden. So I don't want to go down that road any further, but I just do think that there's a lot we can do to build independent political power and to organize working people. And I agree with Kat that the lesser evil, that is resonating less and less with people. I objectively do think that, Biden is the lesser evil. If for no other reason than the National Labor Relations Board, we have a fighting chance with them now, which we didn't before. I think that alone, if I were in Florida or Georgia, I would vote for Biden for that reason. I'd hold my nose and do that. I live in Alabama. I'm not going to vote for him because I can't co-sign genocide and neoliberal imperialism. I can't co-sign that just to do it, right? And because in Alabama, my vote would be just to do it. It would not count. It would not make an impact on the election. And so that's kind of where I'm coming from with that. There needs to be a recognition inside the labor movement that we have left-wing people. Yes, we have people who are falling for Trump, and we've got to deal with that. We have an entire left, right, who is unhappy with Joe Biden for a lot of other reasons. Not because of what we heard on Fox, right? But because we have our own analysis and we see where the Biden administration is falling short for working people and could be better, and we need our unions to be forcing more pressure on them and not just be seen as like an auxiliary of them. So anyway, I'll let the next caller get on the line. Sorry.
Appreciate the call, Kat. We got a caller from a 317 area code. 317 area code. What is your name and where are you calling from?
Hey y'all, this is Will, calling from Texas. I'm a Teamster down here in Texas. I wanna first address. There's a lot of talk, and a lot of my brothers across the country are currently, brothers and sisters are currently pulling out of Drive, and I think it's entirely warranted and fair that they are pulling out of Drive. I just want to urge people, if you're going to pull out of Drive, I'm going to say I understand where you're coming from, but please don't let that money go to waste. Donate to other labor causes, donate to labor notes, throw you guys some money, donate some money to, Teamsters Mobilize. There's a bunch of great places where you can take that Drive money and put it to work in other places. Next thing I'd like to say is, I know that you don't want to go down the rabbit hole about Biden, but I'm sorry, I got to take you down it.
That's fine, brother.
Down here in Texas, we got a lot of brothers and sisters that support Trump, and it's because they can tell that the Democrats are charlatans. Okay, it's just obvious. Now they should also be able to tell that the fake populism of the Republicans, is a thing too. But I guess that's a different conversation. But the Democrats, they're seen as fakers. They talk working class politics, but they don't do anything. Joe Biden wears a UAW hat on a picket line, but crushes the rail strike, and that just doesn't pass the smell test. We're not stupid. I think as far as Sean O'Brien goes, if you want to talk about pragmatism, now I'm somebody who supports what you guys are talking about: independent, militant, union, working class power, right? A labor party, a genuine labor party that can take on the Democrats and the Republicans. But if you want to talk pragmatism and you want to talk in the meantime, our unions should not be talking to anybody who doesn't support the PRO Act, who doesn't support overturning right to work, who doesn't support overturning Taft-Hartley. If you don't support those things, don't come to us for money. Don't come to us for volunteers. I don't want to hear it. And I don't want to hear the AFL-CIO or my union or anybody pushing lackluster Democrats that just give us lip service and then get in there and do nothing for us. I mean, you need to come with the fire if you want us to support you, and that should be the standard right there. That should be the standard. That's what I called in to say.
Yeah, brother. I really appreciate that, and I totally agree. I think we have to have higher standards. Just not being Trump, just not being Republican, should not warrant you millions of dollars in donations. I'm sorry.
Right.
There's a lot, and like you said, in terms of the PAC contributions, I used to tell, the educators that I organized and represented all the time, like, you don't have to contribute to this PAC, because guess what? I don't. Because I did not want my money going towards neoliberal Democrats and reactionary Republicans. And, that's who was going to get the support, right? So, yeah, there's a lot of other areas in which I think we could see investment that would pay off in terms of dealing with these problems from a longer view. We mentioned it with Rick. There's so much propaganda is pumped out from the liberal press and then from the right-wing press, so much propaganda that is not in our best interest. And, that's where, I want to see our unions have higher standards to offer support, offer endorsements, and say, you know what, maybe this cycle, we take a lot of that money that we would just piss away on donations, and we invest that in new organizing. We invest that in labor media, right, and getting our message out. Why don't we run our own ads about the PRO Act in every swing state in the country, right? I mean, there's just a lot more that could be done than just the same old status quo, because we've been doing that.
Yeah.
And it ain't working. So, yeah, appreciate the call, brother.
Thanks for the call,
Hey,
Will.
one last.
Oh, oops, sorry. I did not mean to do that, Will. My bad.
Send us a message.
Yeah,
on
definitely do.
YouTube. Send us something in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, definitely.
530 area code is the next in the queue. 530. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Yo, my name is Barry Anderson out of Northern California. How you guys doing this morning?
Good,
Barry
good.
from
Appreciate
California.
you.
Doing good. What's on your mind?
Yeah, man. I'm a fellow Teamster, and I just think overall, whether you be Teamsters, UAW, ILW, and the various other unions across the country, it's about that time to break away from these two parties and to really mobilize and to organize an independent labor party, strictly for labor. When I say strictly for labor, I mean union labor and non-union labor. These labor leaders, for some reason, they think that their actual local or just their one organization is going to be able to battle the two-power dictatorship or the two-party dictatorship, and they think they're going to come in there and try to reason and fight them some type of way. It's going to take more than that. The labor movement has to be gathered together, union labor, non-union labor, and to establish a force and a movement and a power that would definitely demand respect. Right now, we understand that 2024 is a new year. The election is going to be later on this year in November, and a lot of people, they're not quite sure which direction they're going to go. It looks like Donald Trump is a little bit more appealing to most people who will be next to get in office. To be honest with you, my comrades, it's about time for us to leave these two parties alone and to organize and to mobilize and to get ready for a new labor faction. Because what we've been getting is not enough. It's not doing us a damn thing.
Appreciate the call.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, Barry.
Appreciate you.
We got one more caller, 714 area code. I believe I know who this is. What's your name? Where are you calling from?
Buenas tardes to comrades Jacob, Adam, Jose Francisco Negrete from Teamster Local 952 over here in the happiest place on earth called Anaheim, California, and also a proud member of Teamster Mobilize. Let me start off with the Southern California Valley Labor Report. The California Faculty Association and Teamsters Local 2010 got a tentative agreement with the largest public university system in the United States, which is the California State University. So congrats to them.
Absolutely.
And the task on hand now, as a Teamster, I heard Rick Smith come on, and he talked about don't criticize Sean O'Brien, but we must. If, as a steward, if my actions are not up to par to whoever administration is, they could remove a steward, right? Or if you speak out against the administration, there's accountabilities for your actions, you know? So Sean O'Brien does need to be held accountable, in my opinion, you know? And the brother and Adam talked about breaking away from this political duopoly that we're under. I mean, it's just the facts. And I don't know if you gentlemen touched on the racial discrimination lawsuit that happened.
No, we didn't. Adam, did you see that?
I just heard some chatter about it, but I'm not aware of anything going on with it. So yeah, it'd be news to me.
When the general president took office in March of 2020, I believe, I could be wrong on the date. No, 2022. Excuse me, 2022. He let go of a lot of people. In the organizing department, he let go, I think it was, 77% of the staff there, and most of them were black. And I don't like to use the term, but Latino or Latino, African Latino, well, I forget the terminology, but he let go of 77% of that staff, and they turned around and sued for racial discrimination. Our TDU just published an article right now talking about how that overall O'Brien let go, I think, 130 something of staff from the IBT, and they were saying how Hoffa did that once Hoffa took power after Kerry, but 77% out of one department, the organizing department, which is crucial. Which is crucial because you have to go around all these companies, all these corporations, and organize. Other than sports, work brings the masses together. Different parts of the socioeconomic sphere, different religious backgrounds, different ethnic backgrounds. It's one of the great denominators that we have is the workplace. And if I'm seeing people that are not reflective of me, I mean, come on now.
Right.
Leadership must reflect the diversity of its workforce.
I totally agree, Jose, and I think that it is not the thing that was egregious to me, and I'm going to ask you a question, and I want your thoughts on this. But the thing that was egregious to me was not necessarily that he fired a bunch of folks. That's but the majority of those folks that he fired were, black and other minorities. And then the majority of the people that he replaced them with was white. It was like 70-80% white. And, that seems like that's not really defendable. You can't defend that choice. But I do just want to be at least the first thing that I thought was something like this came around early on in Sean Fain's administration as well. There were some allegations. Sean Fain got rid of a bunch of people that had been around the UAW for a long time, and there were what I found to be cynical accusations of racial discrimination and all this stuff. And it's like, seems to me like obvious that you've got a whole bunch of staff around that are aligned or have been aligned for decades with with the administration caucus, and so of course they're not going to be a good fit, right? And so I found those to be cynical, and I think that's kind of generally proven to be true. But is there any of that there, or do you think that this is not a cynical deployment of this issue, and that that there really is something there to this?
The Teamsters National Black Caucus issued a letter, talking about the meeting with Trump and what Trump represents. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure if they would have written that letter after the lawsuit came out, the whole filings and stuff, that they probably would have taken a hard stand on it. I know there was a person that was under the previous administration that was trying, that he was hired to make the IBT staff more diverse. I think that was his job there, and he got axed as well, I believe too. I think he did. I don't think he was in the lawsuit, but he got waxed as well. So I mean, there's frustration, especially with the Teamsters when we see this. We're supposed to believe that we're moving on the right direction. We're being progressive when it comes to the staff being reflective of the rank and file. But when you have a department that's very crucial, which is the organizing department, it's kind of disgusting when you fired 77% of people of color from that department. So right now it's the Teamsters will prevail. You have militant rank and file that are taking action. There was brothers and sisters in Maryland that were forced on their 6th day. They pushed and they pushed and they pushed. I think another one as well. I forget the name of that local. That they're fighting. And then then Rick Smith talked about the so-called air quotes historic contract at UPS. Now we're seeing these day sorts are being eliminated. There's one in Baltimore that got eliminated. Another one in Portland, Oregon, Swan Island. Their day sorts getting eliminated as well. And you see UPS out here in Southern California. They bought they're going to open up a new automated hub, and these automated hubs sometimes don't come with sorters. So like in my building, you have a sort aisle which has between 20 to 30 people. Now, if you these automated hubs that they don't have a sort aisle, then those are 20. Those are less jobs for us, and our numbers will decrease.
Right.
So right now it's time to ask the hard questions. If you're a Teamster, it's the time to be analytical, be critical, hold your leadership accountable. Why are we giving $45,000 to the NRC? What do we want to participate in Project 2020? I don't know if anybody has read the Mandate for Leadership, a conservative promise. But in page 581, where it talks about labor, that's the playbook. Either if it's Nikki Haley or Donald Trump, they're going to implement that. They are, and we're going to take a lot of setbacks. Right. So I'll leave you with that. Solidarity, all workers, all power to the workers. And if any Teamster is outraged by any of the actions, the Teamster Mobile has a petition for the meeting with Trump. We also have a petition when it comes to Palestine. I'm glad Sean O'Brien talked about a ceasefire, but he only talked about a ceasefire when it came to the senator of Oklahoma. I can't think of his name, when Sean O'Brien was on Neil Kavuko's show, that Fox Business show. He talked about a ceasefire, and I was like, wow, he talked about a ceasefire, but where's a ceasefire when Palestinian trade unions are asking for international solidarity? It's not that hard to call for a ceasefire. It's a humane and right thing to do. It's a dignified thing to do. It's the moral thing to do in this time where 25,000 Palestinians are dead, and get those hostages back, So we need to make a stand, and the SEIU took a stand. UAW took a stand. I saw the Teachers Association took a stand.
Mm-hmm.
We need to take a stand. But I'm glad Teamster Mobilize is taking a stand on it.
I agree. Did you say that Sean O'Brien talked about a ceasefire positively on Fox News?
Yes, there's Neil Kavuko, I think his name. I can't pronounce his name, but he's like, I'm glad I brought a ceasefire between you and the senator from Oklahoma.
Oh, okay. I remember that.
But he agreed to it. I was like, okay, now let's
Right. Interesting words.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought I had missed that Sean O'Brien said something about a ceasefire in Gaza on Fox News. I was like, how the hell did I miss that, Jose? What's going on?
He did not. He agreed to a ceasefire, but it came with him and the senator from Oklahoma's little back and forth USC, debacle,
Yeah. Okay. Appreciate it, Jose. Thanks for the call.
You guys have a great weekend. All power to the workers.
Yeah, you
Thanks,
too. Some good comments to this. Will said that Sean O'Brien came to the local 396 last Sunday to speak to our general membership meeting. I spoke with him, and he told me that there would be no endorsement of Trump. So we'll see about that. And he also talked about a ceasefire resolution. Will talked to Sean O'Brien about a ceasefire resolution. So we'll see if anything good comes of that. On the discrimination stuff, Selena Goodwin has some good information, and I will have to read the report. And that's why I didn't have it slated to talk about. But while he was on and he brought it up, I wanted to get his thoughts on it. But Selena says, read the report because it makes clear that the union staffers they fired had no documentations of the claims that Sean O'Brien administration made that they were not doing their jobs. In fact, the only documentation that they had about the workers' performance was positive. So there you go.
As someone who worked for a union and was fired by that union, I will say that you can't expect unions to always be exemplary employers, unfortunately, and they should, but
right.
I don't know the facts of this case, obviously, so I can't indict anyone and don't want to. But what you shared earlier about the numbers, that's very concerning because the organizers should reflect
Absolutely.
the workers you're trying to organize, right?
Yeah.
And should be as diverse as the workers that you're trying to organize. And that's very important, not just on principle, but
for effectiveness. Like Jose said. Yes, exactly.
Just for effectiveness, right. Even and so even in the 30s you had, the steel workers were hiring black organizers, even though there were some racists inside the steelworkers leadership, right? But they recognized that. So,
no, exactly. We can go ahead and turn the phones off. I do want to get to this stuff with Charlie Kirk. Are you good for do this last segment?
Yeah.
I want to get to this.
I'm going to be real hungry by the time we finish this show.
I'm going to be super hungry. But I want to get to this.
Appreciate all the feedback today. Yeah. Also, Strom, see that about Reed Kane. I'll definitely check into Reed Kane.
Send us a link to him because I'm searching for. I've Googled him a couple of times, and I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything come up that's obviously this person. There's a couple of different people that I'm not sure about.
Yeah, if you've got something,
send us a link.
Yeah, for sure.
So here's what we'll do this segment, and then we'll go ahead and head out. I'm gonna close the calls. So and it's a good segue because we were just talking about the importance of diversity in the labor movement, not even just for diversity's sake, because Feely, it's good to have diverse people or whatever, but because it is, it's beneficial to the mission of the union. It helps us organize when our organizers and when our leaders are reflective of the people that we are a part of, right? It's obvious. And so, and this is true in a lot of different areas. It is more beneficial when you have people doing a job that are coming from multiple perspectives and multiple walks of life. There is a literal strength in diversity. And so that is not to say that all of the corporate DEI programs are done in good faith or anything like that. We have, in fact, been critical of DEI programs and in some instances and in some of the implementations, and you can go back and watch that, particularly our interview with Paul Prescott about it. And so, not a wholesale endorsement of DEI, right? If it's coming from management, you got to be skeptical, okay? But
that's just a good rule in life. If it comes from management, be skeptical.
Right, but you shouldn't be skeptical because it involves black people. And that was the perspective being pushed by Charlie Kirk on his program. Let's play this clip from the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, let me get this queued up here. About the pilots?
Yes.
Okay.
We've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off. And I feel better now.
No, I mean, you want to go thought crime?
Okay. I have never thought that. I have never once been in a plane, and I've flown a lot over the past 2 or 3 years for work. I've never once hit turbulence and been like, oh my God, I'm glad my pilot has a dick. That's just not even occurred to me to have that. What a bizarre thing to admit to.
Yeah, square jaw.
And a square jaw. I mean, it's just wild.
It is
that
very
they're
bizarre.
saying this stuff out loud.
I mean, presumably he doesn't actually think these things when he's on a plane, right? And he's just saying this, but still.
I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Like,
Either
they could
way,
just be
it's
like
bizarre.
dyed-in-the-wool racist. I don't know.
Well, I think that they are, as we'll hear more from them about that.
Pit before we took off, and I feel better now. Thinking
No, I mean,
about
like,
that.
you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't
that's
have done
not
that
who I
before.
am. That's
No.
not what I believe.
It is the reality the left.
We've all
There
been.
you go. It's the reality the left has created. Yeah, no, the left is not responsible for you being freaked out by black pilots. I'm sorry, Charlie Kirk and whoever that was.
It's the, okay, maybe I'm being racist, but you made me.
You made me racist.
You made me do this.
You made me racist. Yeah, it's just so bizarre. And they're doing all of this because, you know, they have this DEI program and they're trying to get their pilots to 50% women and people of color. And now, if you actually know anything about demographics, having 50% women and people of color is virtually meaningless because that's very easy to do. And to illustrate that, if you look at the Trump coalition, the people who voted for Trump in 2020 and 2016, the majority were women and people of color.
Technically.
Like, it's not, like, that's not hard to do, right? There's just so many, like, half of the population is women, right? Just half of the people that you have to pull from are women. So right there, you've got a huge pool of people, and then a good, like 40% of people are minorities, right? So, so the only remaining people who are not women and people of color, it's like 25% of the American population are not women and people of color, right? So it's not hard to get to 50% women and people of color. But so because of that, because they're saying, you know, oh, we want to get to 50% women and people of color, they're saying that that means they're going to have to, like, cut standards and pilots are going to be bad because the only way that you could get enough black pilots in is to lower the standards. And that's just obviously not the case because there are a lot of structural reasons that, you know, white men are more likely to be pilots, and they actually talk about it, some of it on the show, which is just bonkers.
Some of it is just the fact that it's other white dudes that are hiring the pilots.
Yes,
right?
Other white dudes that are hiring the pilots. But one of the things that they actually even mentioned is that flying is an upper middle class hobby. Like, who, when they're 14 years old or whatever, learns to fly? Rich people, right? And so there's a reason that it's a bunch of, like, white folks, white men, because they are more likely to have access to the resources to get that. There's not anything intrinsic in the genetics of white men that make us better flyers. It is just the circumstances of the society that we live in. And so we can change those circumstances by investing resources to make it easier for, you know, minorities and women to access the things that they need to learn how to fly. Like, that's all it takes. That's all it takes is just a reallocation of resources and an investment in these communities.
Yeah.
And never in these announcements about DEI are they saying they're changing their standards. They're just saying that they're investing in getting to this percentage to make to make their workforce more representative of the population of the American people, and to give people that have not had a chance to get into this high-paying profession a chance to get into it. It's wild. But it's funny, they did talk about some of those things.
Well, from now on, when I get on a plane and it's a white dude, I'm just going to assume the good old boy network put him there, and I'm going to be very scared that he's going to crash the plane, right? With that kind of logic.
I mean, it's bonkers. But, you know, it's
these
funny
people
that
are millionaires. They literally make millions of dollars to say this kind of bullshit on TV and radio and YouTube. It's wild.
And so here's what, but somebody mentioned that, and then another person had another reason, a different reason maybe, that that pilots were mostly white men.
Well, the reason that pilots are all male is to become a pilot is hard.
So,
Jesus.
my
Wow.
God.
So, women don't do hard things?
Right. No, it's just super easy to be a woman. Like, there's no issues there at all. Not difficult at all.
Jesus, this sucker.
And the reason that, and so they were actually reacting to a DEI video from like, I don't know, United or American or something. I can't remember which one, from like 2 or 3 years ago. And so then maybe you're thinking, wait a second, why are they reacting to a video that's 2 or 3 years old? What's the deal with that? And the reason is because airlines have been in the news recently for, for screwing up. And so because of that, there's been this effort to obfuscate the reasons for that. Particularly, it really kicked off with this Boeing, when Boeing's plug door fell out. I think y'all all saw that video where, people were in the plane and like this, the door just flew off, right? And so there's a really concerted campaign. And I honestly, with how much work it is doing for these corporations, I don't doubt that one day we see papers documenting the funding of these talking points from people like Boeing or something like that, because it is too beneficial for these corporations that these are the talking points when there are issues with airlines. And now all of a sudden we're talking about the issues with airlines is that there's too many black people or there's too many women, right? That's just too convenient for them. Because if you actually look at why that happened, it's corporate greed, it's disinvestment, it's outsourcing, it's subcontracting. Jacobin had a really good article about it. The article is titled, "Workers at a Boeing Supplier Raised Issues About Defects. The Company Didn't Listen." From the article, less than a month before a catastrophic aircraft failure prompted the grounding of more than 150 of Boeing's commercial aircraft, documents were filed in federal court alleging that former employees at the company's subcontractor repeatedly warned corporate officials about safety problems and were told to falsify records. Aviation experts say that the allegations against Spirit, which is the producer of the bodies of the airplanes, say allegations against Spirit are emblematic of how brand name manufacturers' practice of outsourcing aerospace construction has led to worrisome safety issues. The court documents allege that on February 22nd, 2022, one Spirit inspection worker explicitly told company management that he was being instructed to misrepresent the number of defects he was working on. "You're asking us to record in an inaccurate way the number of defects," he wrote in an email to a company official. "This makes us and put us in a very uncomfortable situation. We are being asked to purposely record inaccurate information." He then sent an email to Spirit's CEO as a last resort. When the employee first expressed concerns to his supervisor about the mandate, the supervisor responded that, quote, if he refused to do as he was told, the supervisor would fire him on the spot. After the worker sent the email about the faulty reporting, he was allegedly demoted from his position by management, and the rest of the inspection team was told to continue using the new system of logging defects. Ultimately, the worker's complaint was sustained and he was restored to his prior position with back pay, but he quit several months later and claimed that other inspection team members that he had worked with had been moved to new positions when, according to management, they documented too many defects. This specific defect, the plug door, the issues that had it fly out, that specific defect was discovered by Spirit months before they became public. The court documents claim that a former quality auditor with Spirit, Joshua Dean, identified the manufacturing defects, bulkhead holes that were improperly drilled, in October 2022, nearly a year before Boeing said that the defect had been discovered. Dean identified the issue and sent his findings to his supervisors on multiple occasions, telling management at one point that it was, quote, the worst finding he had encountered during his time as an auditor. However, Spirit concealed the defect, and in April 2023, Spirit fired him. Okay? It's not because there are too many black pilots. It's because these companies are greedy and want to do everything as cheaply and shoddily as possible. Dean also claimed to have noticed a significant deterioration in Spirit's workforce after Spirit went through several rounds of mass layoffs in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic, despite the huge influx in government funding that they received. According to court documents, Spirit laid off or voluntarily retired a large number of senior engineers and mechanics, leaving a disproportionate number of new and less experienced personnel. So this is all easily explainable, right? Super easily explainable. Another thing that they were talking about later in that clip was they mentioned that the New York Times had covered the increasing instances of near misses of airplanes at airports, like airplanes almost hitting each other, right? The number of near misses is increasing. And so again, they say that, the New York Times, they're just worried about, this DEI stuff getting out of hand and killing somebody. That's why they're finally reporting on it. They're finally uncovering the news that DEI is resulting in a bunch of near misses. And so, you won't be surprised to learn that's not actually what the reporting found.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If you can believe it, that's not what the reporting found. The reporting found many insiders describing the situation as a safety net under mounting stress. So far this year, close calls involving commercial airlines have been happening on average multiple times a week, according to a Times analysis of internal FAA records, as well as thousands of pages of federal safety reports and interviews with more than 50 current and former pilots, air traffic controllers, and federal officials. One problem is that despite repeated recommendations from safety authorities, the vast majority of U.S. airports have not installed warning systems to help prevent collisions on runways. Disinvestment, lack of funding. But the most acute challenge, the Times found, is that the nation's air traffic control facilities are chronically understaffed. While the lack of controllers is no secret, the shortages are more severe and are leading to more dangerous situations than previously known. As of May, only 3 of 313 air traffic facilities nationwide had enough controllers to meet targets set by the FAA and the union representing controllers. Many controllers are required to work 6 days a week, and a schedule that is so fatiguing that multiple federal agencies have warned that it could impede controllers' ability to do their jobs properly. The schedule that they have to work is called the Rattler, and the schedule is they have the starting time for their shift rotates over the course of the week. So on the first day, a controller might work an afternoon shift. From there, the shifts start progressively earlier, culminating in a 24-hour period in which the controller works both an early morning shift and, as few as 8 hours later, overnight duty. Many controllers call the schedule the Rattler because, like the snake, it has a nasty bite. And so, under those conditions, yeah, it's super actually predictable that you're going to get more near misses. There was one back-to-back planes nearly smashed into the Frontier jet whose nose was edging onto the San Francisco runway in July. And one of the underlying problems was the shortage of air traffic controllers. The FAA's internal report into the incident found that the Frontier pilot made a mistake, but the controller monitoring the runway didn't do enough to mitigate the pilot's error. Staffing during the incident was, quote, not normal for the time of day and volume of traffic. The controller, who was supposed to be supervising colleagues, was busy marshaling planes. Understaffing. The staffing there was 33% below the target set by a group of officials from the FAA and the controllers union. The Times found that the roots of the current staffing shortage dates back to as early as the 1980s, if you can believe it, when Ronald Reagan fired thousands of air traffic controllers. Since then, there have been waves of departures as controllers become eligible for retirement, and the FAA has struggled to keep pace. And then, during the pandemic, many controllers left, and the FAA slowed the pace of training new ones because of health restrictions. The staffing shortage became a crisis. In the past decade, the number of fully trained controllers has fallen by 10%, while airport traffic has increased by 5%. in just the past decade. I mean, that obviously that is going to result in worse outcomes. The FAA has required many controllers to work 6 days a week. Halfway through 2023, some controllers already had clocked more than 400 hours of overtime. Many controllers say that coupled with mandatory overtime, the job has pushed them to the physical and psychological brink. Some said they hadn't sought medical or mental health care because they were afraid of jeopardizing the medical clearances they needed to remain in their jobs. Instead, they self-medicated with banned sleeping pills and alcohol. I mean, there's absolutely no wonder all of this is happening, and there's no evidence to suggest that it's because there are too many black people. It's insane. And so when I was hearing all of this from Charlie Kirk, I immediately thought about this clip from Shawn Fain at the UAW's convention a couple of weeks back, because, you know, I just went through all of the specifics of the case and like why conditions are deteriorating in these industries and explain why it's not DEI. But Shawn Fain, like in just a minute, really explains the dynamic and explains why they want you to focus on the race or the gender or the sexuality of somebody at a job instead of other things. Let's play this clip.
We fight for a political program that serves humanity, not the inhumane interest of the wealthy and corporate greed. Part of that means not falling for division. It's an old trick the billionaires play, and it's effective. Time and time again, the wealthy divide the masses over single issues, and the rich walk away with all the loot. They try to divide us by gender. They act like how you live your life or your gender identity is a threat to the person on the assembly line next to you or the work site next to you. They talk about who you love, who you marry, which bathroom you use. So they don't have to talk about who you work for, where the profits go, and who benefits.
So there you go. I don't have anything else to say. That sums it up really well. So with that, we'll go ahead and wrap up the show. Appreciate everybody tuning in for this extra long program. Make sure you like the stream before you head out. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, donate, tvlr.fm/donate, subscribe to our newsletter, tvlr.fm, buy our merch, tvlr.fm/store, and we'll see you next week.
Solidarity, y'all.